I'm live right now. Just waiting on people to get in here.
You ain't posted the thing, so how you people gonna get in it?
You found it?
I found it.
I'm talking about the StreamYard link.
Oh. You found it?
I found it.
I'm talking about the StreamYard link.
Oh.
If you're sitting that close to her, it's gonna echo.
Can you click that? I don't know how to turn my camera around. There we go. Oh, you're waiting to get in, ain't you? Did it work?
Yes,
Why is your screen black?
screen ain't black.
It's black on mine.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm okay.
Now it came through. Hey, Peach.
So what's everybody been doing?
It said I had another guest trying to come in, but it was just you. I don't know what's going on with it.
I just left. I just left.
Oh, we're doing okay, Peach.
We're doing a
It's showing only one person in
it's
here
showing only
on
one.
mine. Now it's saying it's got two of you on here.
Well, hey, mate. Well, hey, mate.
Hey, awkward.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, bad echoes. Bad echoes.
Hold on, I removed one of you because it was showing two of you.
He's better than one of them.
I agree, but so what's everybody been doing? We're just chilling around the fire. Let's see if I can get my camera to switch back around to the fire.
She's sitting over reading comments.
There's nobody commenting. I just turned my camera around to the fire.
Anyway.
Y'all know he'll talk, so.
Yeah, I might as well go ahead and get started. So, I was down here moving X, Y, and Z around. My dad comes out the back door and starts hollering. I figure that's a good 200 yards from where I was at.
200 yards from where I was at.
I had to get off tractor and
So
walk
I had to
up
get
there.
off tractor and walk up there.
And he literally
And he literally
telling me,
is telling me,
hey, there's cow in my
hey, there's
front
cow in
yard.
my front yard. Yeah.
That's awesome, awkward. And happy birthday, Peach, to your daughter.
So we were
So we were
chasing cows.
chasing cows.
I don't know if I have an echo on
I don't
y'all's
know if
end.
I have an echo on y'all's end,
A huge echo on
but I
mine.
have a huge echo on my end.
I have an echo. I mean, I can hear you like you're lagging. Let me hold on. Are you ready to come back in?
When I get there. So you can hear me from over there. That's why I think I'm echoing.
Well, I don't know how to mute it. I don't have any headphones.
I'm done.
So you're not coming back in? Okay. He's not coming back in, y'all. He's like, the echo is bothering him. Am I echoing now? Y'all can see my daughter like,
If you've got YouTube live and you're talking in StreamYard, it'll echo.
I don't think I'm echoing now. I think Johnny had hers on. You had yours on. And then it started doing that. See, Awkward said I was fine and Peach. You can come sit beside of me.
Talk about some important stuff.
Well, then come over here. Sit right here in this chair. You can tell them about your cow escapades. Oh, yeah, I had to get my Crocs.
Are you watching the fire?
They're watching the fire. We're chilling around the fire. This is just anybody can hop up here, anybody can talk about what they want to. You know, as long as it's not medical advice or nothing like that, because YouTube doesn't like that. But other than that,
What, you mean about like the address to the nation and this, that, and other? We can't talk about stuff like that?
thank you, Awkward. Yeah, Peach, farm life is great. We've been down here since, well, I've been down here since last night. Michael was down here Thursday evening, and because his brother and wife and everything and the kids, they went up to Nantahala, up in the mountains, and we're taking care of the farm while they're on vacation. So it's kind of like a vacation for us too, somewhat, because yeah, we had to take care of animals and this, that, and the other, but it's not, I don't know, it's not that hard to do, once you're used to it.
It ain't that hard to do because you ain't doing it.
I did do it. I've checked the garden, stuff like that. You went and got eggs.
Exactly. I'll call bullshit.
You always call bullshit. Nobody's listening anyway.
Where was you at when we had to wrestle a 1,200-pound bull back in the
I was by the pool.
Exactly. Y'all was at the pool.
I was getting tan.
You're just living your best life, and I'm living the farm life.
I live the farm life when you're at work.
You're away from me. Look, see y'all. This is. I am not sponsored by this alcohol of choice, but
There's my Sadie.
My dog. Baby, you get the
Yeah, there's my Dixie. Dixie. She's getting old, bless her heart.
Look the way she walks. Not Dixie, Sadie. Sadie. Look at her.
Look at them big old girls over there.
What's up, baby? What's up with you? Huh?
Y'all, I look half homeless. I'm not putting myself on camera. We come from the pool and everything. Yes, he was giving me hell because I wasn't here. I was down at the pool and everything else. But
She'll be all right.
we've had a stressful week. A lot of personal issues going on with our daughter, medical wise and stuff like that. It's been a stressful week, and I just wanted the day after we got back from the hospital, to just chill.
Me too. But I chilled on the farm and worked. And worked and then worked on the farm.
Yeah, would y'all be so kind to send him a pack of
I
Oreo cookies?
No, I want fudge stripe.
He
I
wants
want
fudge
Oreo.
stripe, excuse me, because he needs a cookie, because my Lord. Yes, awkward. They are big. They're big old babies, is what they are. You can
They're
see,
underfed. They need to be on like some Jenny Craig.
you can see my baby right here.
Yeah.
Then we got kittens climbing the trees over there behind them.
We even got new rabbits.
Oh yeah, the bunnies had babies. So the mamas are loving and sitting in their nesting boxes. Peach gave you 3 cookies.
Three.
Yep.
I only want two and four.
Awkward said fudge stripes. Don't they use elf slave labor?
We ain't allowed to talk. We can't use the S word. Listen, I've been working like a barred mule. I can't say working like a slave because then YouTube will shut the stream down. So you got to come up with more figurative language. Like I've been working like a representative for the Nike shoe factory in China.
Oh,
Them folks.
I'm sure y'all can hear him.
Listen, them cats get stuck up that tree. I ain't calling fire department. I'm taking chainsaw to it.
You are not.
Yes, I will.
Peach said 5 by 5. They can hear you.
Who in the world buys 5x5s? We buy 8x10s.
Actually, we cut our own.
Anyway,
Sorry, Dixie.
cats get stuck in that tree. That tree's coming down. I ain't getting no that extension ladder to go catch a cat.
Dixie makes a good footstool. Says she wants to be underneath my feet.
I was She flopped right down in the deep part of the tree.
Yeah, she went in the creek today.
Rolled right up.
I only got 3 people in here. Somebody tell people that we're live.
No, there's probably like 12 other people live right
There
now.
probably is, but I didn't even look because no matter what you do, what time you go live, you're always going to step on somebody's toes. All you can do is apologize. Sorry, didn't know you was live, and there you go. Because somebody's always live.
We got 3 whopping people in here.
Yep.
So let's go rate somebody else.
We got Peach, Awkward, and us.
Oh, there's your third person. Peach, Alfred, and her.
Yep. Johnny, you can join the stream. All you have to do is click the StreamYard link. Okay. Oh, TT1's live.
Huh?
TT1. He's live.
What's he talking about? Tell him to come over here. He been talking about doing live for maybe freaking months. Let's do it.
Hey, somebody tell TT1 to shut down his live and come on this one with
Oh, we'll
Michael.
shut down this and then go on this.
If somebody wants to tell TT1 that.
We'll shut down this and then go on his.
Well, I mean, he can come over here. Bring everybody with him.
I don't care. He been talking about lives.
Okay, awkward. Well, you got to come over here.
For what?
Well, yeah, they can hear you. That's true.
I mean, if your screen's facing this way, they can see me.
Yeah, but not that close. Won't be long. We'll have to go put chickens up.
Will.
Yeah, we gotta.
Why is
Hey,
it coming to put
Johnny,
chickens
did you shut that sprinkler off at the top?
up? I did.
Okay.
Because other people forgot.
I didn't forget you. I was gonna get it off. I'm like, no, no.
That's because it only been running for a couple minutes.
I've been watered once today because I was living my farm life.
Yeah, we're just having whatever conversation, whoever can pop in. Hopefully TT1 comes in here, brings all his people, and then we'll go from there.
Got a whole whopping 3 people in here. My heart's broke.
I know.
My lips pooched out.
I think Awkward's gonna go tell him. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, anybody's welcome to pop in here. I don't know how many. I think I can only have 6 up here without buying a StreamYard plan or something.
You asking me?
No,
I ain't never went live.
I'm not asking you.
The only time I've been live, I went live with Native one night. I went live with Tribe
Dangerous.
and Dangerous. I went live with him a couple times.
I've been live with Ghost.
And I went live with Papa Prepper first.
I've been live with Ghost, Tribe. I mean, yeah, Ghost, Tribe, Sophia, and I don't know. Hey, Jeep. Neighbor. And Joe's here. Hey, Joe.
You do realize Jeep watches everything I do.
I know.
Comments on everything I do.
That's because he's our neighbor. He's cool
Well,
like that.
Yeah, he's from around these parts.
The marshmallows are up at the grandparents' house. Johnny, you want to run get marshmallows?
I ain't cooking no marshmallows.
Can I drive?
Yes.
I can drive. Let's go.
Rick,
Be careful.
I'll be careful.
Joe, you're right. You're everywhere.
Who?
Joe.
Joe Morgan?
Yeah.
That's my boy. He is ingenious.
Sorry, y'all. The daughter's hopping on the 4-wheeler. Awkward, you're right. If they're over there talking about 2A, she said I might get shot if I interrupt.
What?
Over at TT1. Well, I mean,
I've done spoke my piece about that.
yeah, he spoke his piece about the 2A and everything, and Joe Biden being dumber than what he is.
The reality of it is for them to come get my guns, then I'd literally be dead, and I'd literally run through every single ammo, cartridge, shell, whatever that I own.
Yeah, literally.
Like, no.
Do you want to put more cedar on there, baby, or? Just use
I-
these.
I can put a piece of cedar on there. The cedar keeps the skeeters away.
Yeah. It smells good too.
I'll grab 2 pieces of it.
All I can say is they can try to come take our guns, but the thing is, if y'all think about it, like there's so many gun owners in the United States, like we could easily overtake. There's no way they can collect all of our guns. They can try, but I believe a lot of people will get shot in the process. It'll just be a whole big old mess, and eventually they might give up. I don't know, but the whole thing's dumb. Sure do, Ark. What are you doing? Literally an old wash tub. Ark said, "What y'all got there? An old wash tub?"
Damn right.
Way out here in the sticks, out here in the country. I mean, it works great.
Son, if it ain't flyover traffic, we don't hear it. Huh? We can bust off 200 or 300 rounds right now. Wouldn't nobody give 2 living shits about it.
Nope.
Except for my
Except
wallet.
for us, because we don't want to
Yeah,
use our ammo.
Yeah, except for my wallet. Look at there. Baby,
I think so too, Jeep. I mean, I don't think they're that dumb, but then again, they are that dumb, so it's kind of hard to, interpret, I guess. Like, are they really going to do it, or are they just saying it like they usually do?
What?
Jeep was saying it's not going to happen. I think it's just a scare tactic.
Tell it. Gee, go back and look at Venezuela. First thing they done was cause economic turmoil. The second thing they done was take everybody's means of defending themselves. And the third thing is the whole government collapsed and the people who had money, the elites, left with their money and left Venezuela where it was. I think we're in the same situation. I think they're going to wreck the economy. They're going to wreck the supply chain. They're going to wreck the food availability. Then they're going to come and try to take our means of protection because at that point people will be vulnerable. Will you trade your grandpa's 12 gauge to see your kids fed for a month? Yeah, that's the reason why we do what we do. Because it ain't going to be up to no government. It ain't going to be up to no FEMA or nothing else. To feed me and mine's not happening. That's why we here. That's the whole bug out cabin location. Yesterday I got 42 eggs, honey.
Yeah, baby.
Today I only got 38.
Dang.
We got 4 of them that went on strike. That means they going in the cooking pot. This right here is fun.
I can't tell you what Ark said. He told me not to tell you, so I can't. Sorry. He's
We
not.
don't keep secrets.
He's not happy about that, Ark.
Anyway, this dog over here is trying to play with these kittens.
Yeah.
And these kittens jump at the dog and dog runs away. And the dog lays turds bigger than the kitten.
That's because Sadie's used to playing with our cats,
Look,
and
she's over here trying to play with the cats.
she wants to play. Yep.
Yeah.
Awkward said, so many people have been losing their guns in boating accidents. I'm about to drudge the lake nearby.
I'm never going to admit to anything.
Yeah.
I'm never going to say, oh, well, all them got lost. They was an accident. No. My constitutional right says I have the right to have them. The reason why I have my constitutional right is to keep from tyrannical governments, which is what we have in place right now. So, no, screw you.
Exactly.
You want to test it? It goes back to that whole big old TikTok trend thing, the whole fuck around and find out. There you go. If you'd like to test your assumption, feel willing to do so at your earliest convenience.
Jude said, I lost my boat in a gun accident.
Last time I lost because I tried to put plugs in. Drag it out with a winch.
Peach said fry them up. We can't fry our ladies up. We just had that chicken processing thing the other weekend. We butchered 65, 70.
You got to figure they average 10 pounds.
Yeah, our
So-
friend of ours, he brought 10 of his chickens to butcher, and his chickens were massive. I mean, it was almost like a turkey. Like they were 9.5 to 10 pounds, fully dressed.
Yeah, like ready to go on a cook.
I mean, it was crazy. I was like, y'all got Thanksgiving dinner, not just chickens. They were huge. And they were only, they're usually 8-week chickens. Once they get above 8 weeks, their temperature rises, they get too big, and then they just fall over dead. But his were 10 weeks. So his were well ready to go.
Do they have?
I have skewers. They're in the pantry in the bug out building, sitting on a shelf or on a tote. They're the long skewers that I have
Yeah.
to make shish kebabs. There's 6
They're
of them.
metal.
So do what all the rednecks did. We just went and got us a stick.
All you gotta
charged it off
do,
the
yeah.
tote.
She don't know about that.
Yeah, that's right. My kids have been pampered. They've been sheltered. Lord have
They
mercy.
wore Pampers.
They pampered. just like Mama over here at the swimming pool living her best life. Yeah, pampered.
Hey, sometimes mamas, we need that. Peach said they killed over 1,000 chickens one town away from me this week.
Let me guess. They blamed it on the H1N1 test.
No, that one, what's the chicken one called? The bird flu's H5N1
Yeah, whatever.
or
Anyway,
something?
the test they can manipulate. The test
Yeah.
they're using to slaughter tens of thousands of chickens every chance they get.
Right.
The funny thing is how you know it's a setup and how you know you're screwed is when your local cooperative extension or your agriculture development agency sends you an email and says, hey, we'll come test your chickens for you. Even though all your chickens is free range, hormone, steroid free, perfectly fine,
Johnny.
healthy, happy
Johnny.
chickens, they want to come test them for some reason. That's a problem. So,
Over, Tina's thing underneath her stairs. She has sugar-free chocolate in a big bag. Grab it. Grocery bag.
I don't know why she keeps pointing that thing at me.
Because he's the one talking.
Well, I was done talking.
Oh. She said, my daughter named our chickens breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She said, I can't kill them now because they have names.
Hey, Zeke, brother, don't worry about it. We have Boston butt, pork chop, sausage, and bacon for little pigs. And guess what? 3 out of them 4 little pigs will be processed. We got 1 that's going to replace the mama. She's going to turn into breeding stock.
Yeah, that's red.
Yeah, but them other 3, yeah, even though they named and this, that, and the other, it was, this bacon sure is good. Yeah, I ain't worried about all that.
Ark said he's trying to decide on what kind of weapons I need to go ahead and get for my kids so they'll have them for a few years.
All right,
I would definitely get a 22
so
rifle. I would get that.
right now, with everything we're seeing, I guarantee you there's been more weapons sold over the weekend because of the thing with Biden. I guarantee you every manufacturer said, man, this is our cash cow moment. So you could probably go like I think it's Bear Tactical or something like that. They sell like AR kits. But to be honest with you, the most valuable weapons that we have here are 9mm handguns, and we have revolvers because you can you can never go wrong with like a 22 Magnum revolver because you can shoot rat shot in it to kill snakes and this and that and the other. But like normal 12 gauge, 20 gauge pump action, I mean, they're some of the most lethal weapons. And I mean, I got a 12 gauge that's got a slug barrel on it, and it's good out like 120 yards. So, like here in the foothills of North Carolina, where I'm not making no 600-yard shots, I mean, 12 gauge pretty much do anything I needed to do. But like your normal, like my favorite rifle of all is still a Model 94 Winchester 30-30. It's the best gun for how I shoot, what I shoot, X, Y, and Z. It's my favorite. It's what I'm the comfortablest with. If I was going to get weapons for kids, not necessarily kids, to show them how to safely use a firearm for sporting and hunting purposes, I would set them up with.
Oh, wait. He says, well, now I mean, he said, no, I mean, they have 22s and shotguns and such. He's trying to figure out what they may want later that's about to get banned. I know I'm building a few more ARs when the parts get here.
Yeah, there you go. Like I said, look at Bear Tactical. I think it's Bear Tactical. My brother sent me a Bear Creek Armory, maybe. I don't know. We got the link somewhere in my phone. But they're doing some major deals. I think you can get a full build out kit for like $420 registered. You know, if you've got certain southern parts that X, Y, and Z, you
Thank you, Desiree. We appreciate it.
about 350, 400 is literally about your bottom dollar on a budget rifle. But I'd be getting it now. That's for sure. Because with everything they're trying to pass, you even got Beto O'Rourke trying to run for governor of Texas and this, that, and the other. Yeah, they coming. They gonna come after them. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
He said they've got a couple 30-30s. Those things are worth money nowadays.
You couldn't trade me a 5-gallon bucket of left nuts for my 30-30. Not happening, bro.
We miss you and your family too, Desiree. And, you know, sometimes things happen. Desiree's a friend of my daughter's, the one that come in the chat. But, you know, you and Johnny can work that out. Stacey Abrams is running in GA.
Mm. I'm running for mayor of Smith Heritage Farms. As long as you don't cross that fence, you ain't got to deal with me. There you go.
Hold this. I've got to go help our daughter.
See, she's reading like see, she got too much stuff going on here. She's reading chats and this and that. And this is why she does it, because I can't do none of that. Like, it's all I can do to post a video, and I can't do that half the time. Arkansas Living. We just went and got some of the Palmetto daggers, the Gen 3 Glock copies. And I know a lot of people's have mixed reviews on them online. But the one we have that my old lady carries every day that we've done tried and this, that, and the other does not have the clip dropping out issues. My old lady, she does not like little handguns. She does not, you know, I tried to get her to carry a 380. I got, you know, LCPs. They went over there to the house. Somebody opened the door, let one of my brother's dogs out, just jumped on one of my dogs. And I told them every time I go over there to that house, because we let his dogs out periodically through the day. We put one on a runner because he'll turn up and leave, like be 2 counties over. But they done opened the door and one of my dogs done got jumped on because they wasn't paying attention. But anyway, back to what I was saying. The dagger that we bought, I don't know if they have fixed said issues since Barry Independent done his review and hard pass and this, that, and the other. But the one we got is excellent. We got a bunch of P-Mags, regular old Magpul, and we've not had a problem with it. Now, it's not my gun of choice. I ain't big on Glocks. I've shot a lot of Glocks, had Glocks, but I'm not big on them. My gun of choice is, as far as carry gun, I mean, you got to figure, I'm 6'4", maybe 6'4.5", like 280. I really ain't got to carry much of nothing. I've lived that life. I'll snatch you up in a heartbeat. But my gun of choice is a Ruger SR9. They don't make them anymore. They did they changed it to like a Security 9 or something, made it a little bit more compact. I don't like it as much. Mine's 17+1, double stack, full size. I mean, the only reason why I picked that over like my M92 is the comfort of it. The gun just feels fluid in my hands, like a dead nuts. The first time I pulled it out and run through a clip, 17 shots, I hit 16 on a 10-inch plate. It just feels fluid. It just matches. It feels great. That's why I carry it. That's why that's my go-to gun. I've never had that with a Glock or M&P. I did have a 9mm or not 9mm, a 45. It was 1911 frame, and it was very comfortable. I was very, very accurate with it, but the 7-shot issue is what sold me on not carrying it anymore. I don't like the double stacks. A buddy of mine's got a double stack, like compact R1 something Remington 9mm 1911 frame, and I don't like it. It's trashy. But the biggest thing about guns and everything else is finding what you're comfortable with. I mean, honest to God, I know for a fact, and it's still sitting in here in my brother's house. My dad give him a Ruger, or no, it ain't. It's a Marlin. It's 22 Magnum bolt action. I put so many rounds through that gun when I was a teenager that I know for a fact I could probably strike matches with it with iron sights. And it ain't got nothing to do with, oh, well, you're super. No, it's just because I've run 5,000 rounds through it, so on and so forth.
Go ahead, baby.
So, they out here doing X, Y, and Z, eating chocolates and cooking
Sugar-free chocolate.
cooking marshmallows.
You
No,
don't eat marshmallows.
I don't eat marshmallows, and I sure don't eat chocolate. I don't care whether it's sugar free. If it was chocolate free chocolate, I'd probably eat it. Somebody lighting it up over here now. I've done heard them run through about 4 or 5 clips. So that's a good thing about living out in the country. Like, somebody snatches up an AK and runs through a clip. Nobody out here bats an eye. Like, you hear somebody running through
Like cookies
5 or
and
6
numbers.
clips, and nobody out here bats an eye. Like, that's just normal shit around here.
I mean, you can go see if your mom's got graham crackers. Here, throw that on the fire, babe.
I'll tell you a gun that I had and I sold. I really wasn't. I kind of got it by default, trading some guitars and this and that and the other, and this is what the guy had. But he had a Savage 22 250 bolt action. That's a mean gun. But by far, like as far as long range deer rifle, everybody goes, "Oh, you got to have 30-06." No, my nephew's got two 30-06s that I wouldn't trade a 1022 for. But a Remington 700 series 25-06, that's a gun. They flatline twice as far. Joe Morgan, I just read your comment. Yeah, I understand, dude. I mean, like, I remember back, a few years ago, I mean, guns and guitars, and I had stuff stuck under every bed and this and that and the other. And now it's whittled down to tools. I don't have time to hunt anymore. I probably should make time this year, but for the past 4 or 5 years, somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I'll give you this for a crossbow." Well, you end up letting stuff go and making concessions you normally don't make. But as long as you have your essential tools, I think most people will be good. The problem I see that most people don't do is train. And we will probably do some training videos at some point at our firing range, because my parents live next door. They got little dogs, and the dogs don't like a lot of gunfire, and then they get upset and this, that, and the other. So we usually wait till summertime to train. 1, it's hot. 2, you're sweating. 3, everything you have is soaking wet. And we usually wait till then to train, because on the weekends they go to their house in the mountains. So they're not here. And that's usually when we do it. It's amazing how a conversation about anything turned into a gun conversation real quick with about 4 comments. I heard. I told y'all if y'all go in that door, you have to watch them dogs. I don't know how I got stuck into this situation. Why ain't you over here running your phone? Arkansas Living, yes, 270 is a very good gun. I remember back when, I don't know, I was probably 16, 17. This back early 2000, or well, be late 1990s. Like, the 270 was the gun. I mean, literally, like, if you were deer hunting, like around here, a lot of people from right here where I live, because we're so close to the South Carolina line, getting hunting clubs in South Carolina and just pay the out-of-state hunting licenses. But, I got pictures of buddies of mine with like 300 Ultra Mag, and he's making 500-yard shots when he's 16 years old. But you're right, the 270 is a beast. I know that's what my best friend lived down the road here from me. That's the only gun he shot for, I know, 10 years deer hunting was 270. I don't understand why the popularity left. Like my oldest nephew, his first gun was one of them trifecta series. I think it's made by Charter Arms, or let's see, maybe Rossi or something. Anyway, it was a single shot rifle frame, or shotgun frame, but you could change the barrels out. And his come with a 270 center fire, a 22 long rifle rim fire, and a 20 gauge. And you just swap the barrels out. That was his first gun. And I mean, it's an awesome gun, literally, especially for youth size.
You want me to hold it while you get the fire back on?
SKS, man. Hey, Candle. Yeah, you just got in here. Yeah, she went live and then she decided to eat s'mores. So now I'm holding the phone.
He's getting ready to get the fire back on.
Yeah, Joe Morgan. Hey, I remember, like the old Mausers. Like I had an 8mm Mauser. I traded somebody like a subwoofer amp or something. Back in high school. Here, and he traded me. Like a 60, $70 for a freaking rifle. And that's actually what started me into the buying, swapping, trading, gun shows, X, Y, and Z. Honey, I was going to do that. But yeah, that's actually when I realized I could trade X, Y, and Z that's not important no more for tools and instruments that were important. Then there you go. You don't, honey, I brought that whole cart of wood over here. Anyway, here.
Bye, I love y'all.
Bye,
I love you. Don't hand me that, baby. Oh, my babe. Thank you, love.
Take care. Good night. Love y'all.
Hey, Candle. I'm getting the fire back going, y'all. I just put a bunch of wood in there. Kind of looks like a jack-o'-lantern right now, like a face.
We're just talking about guns. Say. Come here. Hey, listen. Just put her and Dixie in the building. Dixie, go with Johnny.
I don't think Dixie's gonna go.
Yes, she will. She's old and tired and sore.
Yeah. Michael kept saying, he's like, let's go live. Let's go live. I was like, fine, we'll go live. So, and of course, you know what's been going on, Candle, because you're on Facebook with me, but it's just been a lot. And it's nice to just chill by the fire and not think about nothing for a while. But we're about to have to go put some chickens up because, as you can tell, it's got dark.
Weird.
Well, if you want to go put them up, I ain't got to. Okay.
Put them up every other day without you.
Oh my gosh. Y'all see what I have to deal with.
Anybody do anything awesome this weekend? Like totally awesome, like go skydiving.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying, y'all, there's this one, since Jeep was talking about marshmallows, I put a roasted marshmallow on a keto hazelnut chocolate bar. It was really good. And you didn't have to have all the sugar with it. The marshmallow, it's enough sugar in itself, but not having the sweet, sweet chocolate with it made it better, I think. Just let Dixie stay with me.
Crazy if she
My dog's not wanting to go into the building. Sadie, of course, our Labradoodle, she's all gun ho. Okay, let me go sit in the air conditioner. And Dixie don't want to leave. So anyway, back to what we were saying. Anybody do anything like super fun over the weekend or excuse me. My mom was talking about that candle with the marshmallows that have the chocolate already stuffed in it so that you don't have to like make a huge mess. Yeah, she said they were pretty good.
Your mom's a diabetic.
Yeah. Mom, I'm diabetic too. I mean, we can have some sugar, just don't overdo it. That's the way anybody should be. It's so funny, like when you look at the fire on the screen, it looks like a face. Look in the barrel.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're gonna put the candles out and draw the lines on the floor. We'll start the seance here in a little bit.
Oh, we got 5 people in here now.
What happens? There's probably like 40 other people live. I ain't worried about it.
I know poor Niecy thinks I probably neglected her, but I've had so much going on and I haven't texted her like I normally do. And I know she's probably thinking she forgot about me.
You and Niecy ain't friends on Facebook?
No, she don't use Facebook. We're friends on Instagram. But she don't really use Facebook, so now we got the fire going again. What kind of tablecloth did you get, Kendall?
Did you get one of them new self-cleaning tablecloths?
She said pretty boring here this weekend. I did buy a new tablecloth.
Did you get one of them new self-cleaning ones?
Oh, I've got to tell y'all, speaking of like tablecloth type things, my daughter got me for Mother's Day. They're like Pioneer Woman, and it's like, have y'all seen the like plastic wrap with the rubber band around that you fit over bowls and stuff like that? But these have like a wipeable plastic underneath,
Yeah, it's like
and it's cloth. It's like vinyl underneath, and the Pioneer Woman pattern on top, and you can stretch it over bowls. It's got like 3 different bowl sizes, like large, medium, and small.
Yeah.
But that's probably one of the best things I got. I mean, because I can't find a lid for this. I can't find this Tupperware lid. So now I just say, hey, hand me one of those Pioneer Woman covers.
Bleeding.
Dixie?
Yes.
Ella probably got her.
How bad is it?
It's not like pouring blood, but it's
Just hold a shop towel on it.
No, she'll be all right. Just leave her in there.
Yeah.
I'll go check on her.
okay.
If I have to, I'll super glue her up. That's why I told y'all, watch them dogs, because Biscuit and Ella.
Biscuit was not trying to pick a fight. It was Ella.
Ella don't like no strange dogs near that house.
Sorry.
Ark
So-
said nothing too exciting. Going to take Pickle to drown a cricket tomorrow and listen for frogs and
Hey,
work in the garden some.
Frogs is out here.
Yep, you can hear them.
Yep.
Jeremiah loves to go down to the creek and get what did he call them? Not, I know it's a crawfish, but what did he call them?
Fast ones.
The fast ones.
The little salamanders.
The salamanders, yeah.
String lizards in the creek.
He
Yeah.
loves to go get them. He's like, I can't catch them fast ones.
Yeah, and well, speaking of that, I'll do a video tomorrow to show you what I done. But I regraded behind the bug out building because I need to be able to put some tractor equipment back there that's not used a lot. You know, stuff like brush cutters and stump grinders and stuff we don't use constantly. I need that space between the hay barn and the building to where we can put some stuff in there. So I regraded all of it with an excavator today. But I took it down in the creek and regraded the whole beach behind the building. Sloped it down nice and level. Drug out all the big rocks and pushed them up on the bank and everything. That way all the kids can go down there and they got a sandy beach to play on and a creek. Because everybody needs a creek to play in.
Mm-hmm.
Life would be a whole different life. Honest to God. You sit back and think of the way we was brought up before technology. I mean, how many kids you know right now, 5 years old, know how to go out and catch fireflies? Know how to go.
That was my favorite thing to do
know
growing
how
up.
to go get crawfish out of a creek. Know how to just go out here and play.
They're too worried about going and playing Minecraft and this and that and Roblox and
Exactly.
except for our son, he'd stay in the creek night, day, it don't matter.
Yeah. That boy, I swear, if we would leave him outside for about 2 weeks,
He'd be feral.
yeah, he'd be feral. He'd grow tusk and black hair and he'd be wild
Yeah.
at that point, you know. But, but I mean, you sit back and think the way we grew up versus the way these kids grew up. I literally took my nephew's kids down to the creek today and literally, explained to them how to play in the creek. Like, don't throw rocks at each other's heads. Walk slow. Make sure you don't go in too deep. This, that, and that. I mean,
it's kind of sad that we have to tell them that, but
the only thing they know is technology. That's the only endorphin release they have.
Now I do have to say the oldest niece, she's a bookworm. She loves to sit and read.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I'd rather her sit and read than be stuck in a tablet.
Yeah, but you don't know if what she's reading is actually beneficial to her life.
Oh, I know, but it's still better than staring at a video game.
I completely agree with that. Reading is very valuable, but is what she's reading actually making a difference in her life choices?
Yeah.
But the second oldest, now she's outside. She's
she loves
she wants to be in the creek. She wants to do this and do
play
that.
in the mud, do whatever. She doesn't care.
I mean, like I had her helping me catch chickens and watering gardens and but
living her best life.
Yeah, but I mean it's bad when you have to sit down and explain to kids how to go outside and be a kid because they don't know how to go outside and be a kid. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me.
Sorry, y'all, my vape smoke.
Yeah, skeeter fogging.
But it's just peaceful out here. Like, you don't hear neighbors screaming at each other in their house about what this person done, that person done, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's just...
You don't hear nothing but tree frogs and crickets.
It's great. And the fire.
Maybe a drunk neighbor dumping a
like this
magazine.
one. I'm just kidding.
I still got chickens to go put up.
Well, I told you I'd help you, but you said no. So there you go.
See how it is. Y'all see what's going on here.
Y'all see what I have to deal with. Don't let him listen to you. Don't listen to him. Peach, the mosquitoes are horrible here. Some of them, I swear, will cast a shadow. They're so big, they'll carry off a small child if you ain't careful. Especially down here at the creek.
I paid $120 to piss in the radiator of that old Ford tractor. That thing stood flat-footed and pissed in the radiator of it because it was running low on fluid. That old Ford 800 tractor up there sure did. It's the best $20 I ever spent. And then I realized I just dealt with the real life Dracula. But,
yeah.
Oh no, they bad down here. We put up them skeeter catching things.
And the flies.
Point the camera over there. See that white light by the boiler? See the blue light
yeah,
beside
if you
of
can
it?
see the blue.
That's one of them Dynaglow skeeter catching things. We got them all over the property. They supposed to cover like half an acre to an acre. But down here right on the creek there's a creek on that side of the driveway, creek on this side of the driveway. So, we need more of them. We need like 5 or 6 more, but they like a couple $100.
And of course the flies are really bad because when you got baby chicks, baby quail, chickens in general.
Quail attract more flies than anything I've ever seen in my
Yeah,
life.
they do.
They worse than cattle,
They do.
but you
I
got.
mean, that's what you deal with on the farm. You go buy fly strips, you go buy those type things. You just deal with it.
Yeah, you go buy the fly traps, buy the case, have
Yeah.
Amazon drop them off at the driveway, and there you go.
Hmm.
It's just stuff.
That's another good thing about here. Like, no mailman, no Amazon driver, no nothing comes all the way down our driveway. They drop it off in the parcel box at the top of the road, and there you go.
Yep. We put an old gang box,
Yeah.
like gang box, toolbox style, like big construction site toolbox. They throw everything in there and then lock it when they leave.
Yep. We get the email come across our phones. Hey, such and such has been dropped off in your box, and that's it. It's nice.
Well, they know if they come too far down here, they might not get out.
Yeah.
Might be like Hamburger Hill down here. They don't know. I got chickens to put up.
Okay. You taking the 4-wheeler up there?
No, I was gonna walk.
I mean, I was just wondering. Anyways. Yep, that's country living. That's right, Peach. I asked him, I said, were you taking the 4-wheeler up there? No, I was going to walk, being a smart butt, knowing he's going to scare all them chickens half to death. They get scared if the tractor comes up there, so. Oh, that's sweet, Ark. A FedEx guy now at our house where we live, not, down here at his brother's, it's still out in the country, but we have a private road, and the FedEx driver will bring treats for my dogs. They still don't trust him to come up there and get them. I have to go get them and give them to them, but yeah. And we're lucky that the chickens we have, they're pretty smart. They know once it gets dark, they go into their coop and they just wait for us to come shut the door, and that's it. But yeah, if some of y'all were closer to where we're at, we need people to buy dozens of eggs because we're getting, like he said, anywhere from 32 to 42 eggs a day. So we've been trying to sell them around here, and I'm thinking, about talking to his brother and stuff and see about us dropping the price from $4 a dozen for organic, pasture raised chicken eggs to $2 just to get rid of some of the bulk eggs that we have. And of course, we do put some in the incubator that we have and hatch them out. But right now, we've got plenty of baby chickens. We just had 50 come in. And we've got plenty of quail. We've got probably, I want to say, baby-wise, over 200 something quail. And then adult, probably close to 50, 60. So we've got plenty of quail. It's just we're probably going to hatch out some more chickens. And we need to get maybe a couple more roosters just to make the ratio right with all the chickens. Yeah, Peach, if you're ever up this way in North Carolina, like kind of near Charlotte, that's not too far from us, about an hour or so, then you can just, call me, text me something, and we can get you some eggs for sure. And they're great. Most of them that we've been getting lately are double yolk, and it's a really bright orange yolk. They're really good. Now we got some Easter eggers, and we have some lavenders. We have some blue lace Wyandottes, I'm pretty sure. What we're trying to do is me and Michael's brother's wife, my sister-in-law, we like all the different colored chicken eggs. Like some will lay green, some will lay blue. It's crazy to see all the different colored eggs. Most of the eggs that these girls are laying now are brown. We do have one that's laying white. Um, and yeah, it was a little bit of an Easter egg hunt. At first because they'd lay them like here, there, and everywhere. So we were like Easter egg hunting for eggs. Now they have nesting boxes with the new coop we built up there, and they'll lay them all in there. And our free range that we let run, we have a couple of those, and they lay them on one side of the building, so we know where they're at. That's true, Joe. We're on the wrong side of America. Actually, we're on the right side of America on the East Coast, and you need to come over to the East Coast, and then you'll be on the right side of America. I wonder where Hutch and everybody's at. I mean, I always said I would like to visit California just to say I've been there, but now I'm kind of like, I'm not missing anything. Mainly, I'd only want to go to the Pacific coast. Like, I'd want to see the ocean. That's about it. Because I want to go cage diving with great white sharks. You know, Michael thinks I'm absolutely nuts, but I grew up at the beach. So I've always been fascinated with sharks and this and that, you know. That's just one of my things. I want to go cage diving with great whites or even free dive. But over here on the East Coast, the ocean's not that clear unless you go down towards Bahamas and stuff like that. So you can't really do that. They offer it, but I don't feel that safe being in murky water. But I'd rather the water be clear so I can see what's coming towards me. Um, so eventually I might do something like that. I'd really love to be able to afford to go to Australia and do it, but yeah, I don't see that happening. Maybe. That's true, Joe. Yeah, I've noticed everybody's been kind of quiet this weekend, Peach. I guess everybody's just busy doing the things and all.
You got a broody hen, Mom.
We got a broody hen.
Yeah, she in there trying to lay on like 14 eggs.
Ooh wee.
Oh, yeah.
She tried to peck you.
No, I just push her right off the box.
Oh, don't do that to that baby.
No, what we need to do is get her in a pen by herself.
Well, usually we put her in that one right behind the building that we're wanting to tear down. We usually put her in there where that black one was.
Yeah.
And we'll put her in there and she can lay on her eggs.
Well, she's laying on not her eggs, but everybody's eggs.
Oh, she's wanting all of them.
So
she's being mama hen. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, you can probably take 10 eggs and stick under, and she probably hatch out half of them.
Yeah.
But Tina needs to get.
We need to get her separated.
Yeah, we need to get her separated and some fertile eggs, which I know they all fertile because Lord old Rooster, I looked at him today. That boy looked like he been through hell. I ain't gonna lie. All right, so let me tell you a story about the roosters. All right.
Yeah, that could be.
Let me tell you the story about the roosters. We got this like gold lace wine dot fancy rooster, right?
He's beautiful.
Oh, he is. He's gorgeous. I'll take a picture or a video of him and post it on here.
Really pretty.
But he is literally the cock of the yard. I mean, that's what happens. Well, he been whooping up on this little old Rhode Island red rooster we got. Been beating the daylights out of him since the day this rooster was born, right? So me and my brother thought it'd be funny, hey, because this rooster will go from here as soon as you let him out. I let him out this morning, and I walked down the hill and went to the outhouse. Well, the outhouse got a big old bay window on one side of it, so you can sit on the throne and look outside. I seen this rooster come bebopping down the hill, jumped over 2 logs, kept on going. So when I got done using the bathroom, I come out the outhouse and went up the hill to turn the laying chickens out. Where was Mr. Gold Laced Wyandotte? Standing right there in all of his glory, right beside the laying chicken pen. Yeah, he's trying to
Become a daddy for the 100th time.
yeah, prove his dominance or whatever. Anyway, so me and my brother thought it's funny when we put all them laying chickens in there. We went and got this old little red rooster that been beat up his whole life, and I mean that big gold lace. I mean, he beats the crap out of him. I mean, like this little rooster. If the big one comes around, he just runs away because he knows he's gonna take an ass whipping. So me and my brother go up there and catch that red rooster and took it up there and threw it in with the laying chickens. Like he sleeps in there. He goes out with them out in the pen and everything. And you got to figure that's 45-1. So this rooster is literally having the time of his life because he ain't never even been able to get close to a hen for the first 2 years of his life. And we just literally threw him in the whorehouse. Here you go. Do what you want to do, man. And so he's up there with all them laying chickens. It's funny because he's standing on one side of the fence and that big rooster be walking around the outside of the fence looking at him, But so all them eggs up there is fertile. I mean, I'd say a good 80%. I mean, how much screwing can a chicken really do? I mean, I know they do a lot, but I mean, sit back and think about it. There's 45 of them to 1 of him.
He has to balance it out.
No, I don't think he's balancing it out. I think he's kind of, if you look at him, he's done thinned up a little bit, and this, that, and the other. He's
doing his gym time.
Yeah, no, he's about to hump himself to death. We might end up having to pull him out and throw old big boy in there for a little while. But so I guarantee you, 80% of these eggs is fertile, and we got that old broody hen. We could probably take 10 eggs, let her hatch them out. Like I said, if we get 6, 7 chicks out of it, it is what it is. That's the natural way of life. I mean, we have a $1,000 incubator in there. That does.
We also have 2 other incubators.
Yeah, that does quail eggs and chicken eggs and this, that, and the other.
Well, the good thing about that incubator is you can do quail and chicken eggs together.
Right.
We also hatched out 2 turkeys.
Yeah. So I mean,
we did 3, but only one didn't survive.
Well, the reality of it is like a grid down scenario, a grid mishap or whatever, we ain't gonna have that incubator. So we're gonna need these broody hens, like the little black one that was in my video earlier today that's got that little chick running around behind it. We're gonna need these broody hens to keep producing.
And she hatched out 3, but 2 didn't make it.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what we need to happen. We need to be able to replenish meat reserves with these hens that ain't got a problem setting on eggs and everything.
Whooping up on you.
Oh, it's bad. Let me tell you. I get up there to the hoop house where the meat chickens and stuff are. That's where the old laying chickens go in and sleep. But we moved all of them from the second house, the middle house, to the upper house, which is, right up the hill from it. So every night I went up there to shut the chickens up. And every night I've had to walk over and pick up the old big rooster, old gold laced Wyandotte or whatever he is, pick him up and carry him up there and put him in the chicken house because he still thinks he lives in the second house. So he sits by the door. Like you go up there at night and he's sitting by the door. So you go up there and pick him up, go put him in the house with all the rest of the chickens and shut the door. Maybe one day he'll get it, but I really just don't think so. But
You gonna throw some fire on there, Daddy?
I'll get the wood here. You talk to them folks.
Excuse me. Thanks, Candle. We're trying. We're doing our best, Just doing the things one day at a time. That's all you can do. You can plan and plan and plan, and something will still be forgot. Something will still be, oh man, I should have done that. But just take it one day at a time, and it'll eventually get there.
You can only do what you can do.
That's right.
That's it.
Speaking of, I'm going to have Mr. Plumber in just a little bit wrap my ankle up because
She ain't learned how to walk yet. She's
no,
36 years old.
I was stepping out of our building and I had some jars of beanie weenies that we had canned, and I was going to take them up to his mom and dad's because we were having supper up there tonight. Well, I was trying to do that, and in the process, I was trying not to let our 2 dogs out of the building because his brother and my sister-in-law's dogs were out here, and we didn't want them. They don't get along too well. Our dogs do fine. It's their dogs that don't like our dogs, which is, normal. This is their dog space, so they don't want any strange dog around, even though our dogs have been here 100 times. But anyways, so I stepped off of the concrete block wrong into a hole and sprained or twisted my ankle. Anyway, my toes and my foot are kind of tingly. And yeah, my ankle is hurting pretty bad. And of course, it had to be the ankle that I crushed in softball years ago that stays swollen anyway. It had to be that ankle. I don't know what it is. Every time you get hurt, why is it always somewhere that you've previously injured? It seems like that always happens to me.
Well, it's like me. I drive the 4-wheeler one-handed
Yeah.
because to hold my arm up at this height makes where I have my whole shoulder rebuilt and my bolts and screws and all that and all my tendons and everything put back together. It makes that hurt. So I just drive the 4-wheeler one-handed.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's hurting, but I'll be okay. I've definitely done worse. I'll put it that way. But I know he'll take care of me. We'll get our med bag and he'll wrap me up. So
What you talking about? I'm gonna get 2 2x4s and an air inhaler. Shoot, med bag. No, we're gonna do it construction style. We'll put you a brace on it.
oh my.
Might give you tetanus, but we'll put you a brace on it.
No, when I just had to have stitches in my finger recently,
It ain't my fault you don't know how to use it.
they gave me a tetanus shot too because they were so thoughtful. So I'm good on that. Yeah, I probably do need to get some ice on it. That's for sure. But
You can go down there and stick your foot in the creek. It's running about 50 degrees.
yeah,
right now.
that creek's really cold. I'd probably get hurt worse trying to go down to the creek at night. But
I built a beach. It's soft sand. All you gotta do is walk down there.
oh. Oh, the quail are calling.
Mhm.
Hopefully we'll have more eggs up there. We were getting, like, literally one time me and Johnny went up there to collect quail eggs, and we brought back 100. I think it was like 125 quail eggs in one time, and because they check them every day. And so we were up there and we counted the 125 quail eggs. Well, it wasn't like a couple days later, they got a few less than that, and then a few less than that, and then all of a sudden we went up there to check the quail eggs, and there was only one egg. We're like, what the crap? But recently they had their feed switched to a lower protein.
Well, I think.
And we were selling quail too, and I think we sold too many females.
Well,
and didn't mean to, but now we've got them on a higher protein, and they're starting to lay more again.
Yeah, because I think David. I mean, because like we normally run quail like 31% protein.
Yeah.
Then we'll drop them back once they get full size to 28. But I think somebody screwed up and put like a bag of 16% in there.
Yeah, they were not laying
they
at
just
all.
Dead stopped. Like there was no eggs. Yeah, which is odd for quail. If you watch my channel, I preach quail. That it's the fastest means of meat production, protein production, with the least amount of effort.
And I mean the eggs are great too. They don't carry salmonella. So you can eat quail eggs raw if you had to.
Yeah.
To get a source of protein.
Yeah, I mean like they're like one of the perfect apocalyptic species to have on your homestead until something screws up, like, hey, we didn't give them enough protein, they all quit laying right then. Because I mean it took like 2 weeks to get them laying again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so just tidbits of information.
And I'm hoping, because we do incubate some of the quail eggs. We have a white quail up there that's actually my daughter's quail. We can't sell it. She doesn't want anybody to have it. So it's up there, and I hope that we'll get another one. We had one white quail hatch out. Hopefully we'll have more hatch out. They're so cute when they hatch out. They're so little.
I'll tell y'all something. The white quail is a crossbreed that was designed by Texas A&M University Agriculture Department. That's where the white quail come from. They designed this breed specific for a region, for this, for that, or the other. And we don't have a lot of them around here. We have the Cornix quail and Pharaohs and this, that, and the other. Like out in the wild, we just have normal bob whites. But the white quail around here, it's hard to get any.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to even order any.
Well, we lucked up on that one because me and my sister-in-law were going to pick up the incubator that we bought. She hadn't used it long. We told her she was kind of crazy, but she's wanting to get out of the farm life completely. She's done that her whole life. She's in her I think she was 30. And she never could really go on vacations because she had cattle, she had this, she had that, chickens, blah, blah, blah. So she's just keeping a few silkies for just to have pets, because she likes the silkies. Well, while we were there, she's like, here, take these eggs, these eggs, these eggs, these eggs, put them in the incubator. And that's where we got our 2 turkeys from too. And she had that little quail over there, and it was in a box by itself, in a brooder by itself. And we're like, what's going on with this quail? She's like, well, it was getting beat up by the other quail. And I think what was wrong, they had too many male quail in there with him, because we didn't realize at the time that he was a male. But once we got him down, she said, well, if you want him, just take him. And we're like, okay. So we brought the quail back here to the farm, and he was sitting on the back of the truck in a cage, and all of a sudden he started calling when he heard the other quail up on the hill. So then we knew that he was a male, and as soon as we put him in that pen, he's been doing fine. None of them tried to beat up on him. He was missing feathers and everything else, and now he's doing great.
He's in there getting him some poop hands. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I literally do think they just had too many males together with him, you
Yeah.
know.
Which people that's on the farm don't realize. Like, if you breed rabbits
Hmm.
and you leave the male rabbit and the female that's bred goes into labor, the male will eat the baby.
Well, that's what we had to do with Mama and Daddy Pig.
Yeah,
We had to separate them because
you
Daddy
have
would
to
have
you
ate
have
the
to
babies.
separate because yeah, I mean, like Mama and Daddy Pig, we had to separate them as soon as we knew she was going into labor.
And build her a Pharaoh shed, and
Yeah, Easter morning, because you can't leave the mama and daddy in there together because the mama knows what to do and the daddy thinks it's food.
yeah,
Same thing with rabbits. I'm sure chickens, like
that's
there,
right, Peach. Turkeys are the cutest when they're first
the,
born. They're
the
so cute.
there's a big, you know, ratio of like how many males to females you can have for this and this and that and the other. I mean, there's actually a science to it all,
Yeah.
and you have to pay attention. If not, you'll end up ruining your whole flock and this and that and the other.
And I mean, once you pay attention and you get the routine of it and everything down, it just flows. I mean, you make sure they have food, water, the right protein amount, and this, that, and other, and then you'll get production. So,
I mean, honestly, so I took over and my brother set everything up perfect, right? Filled all the feeders up first, built a 500-pound feeder for the pigs. So I really don't have that much work to do here. But even
and they have automatic waters.
yeah, we put automatic. Well, I mean, we're plumbers. I mean,
Yeah.
we do everything the easy way when it comes to water.
Right.
So, but in all reality, I mean, like I get up in the morning, I go let these chickens out and these chickens out, and then I go check the rabbits to see if any more of them have had babies. Is really the reason why I check the rabbits, because
They have everything automatic set up too.
yeah, we kind of bred them all at the same time, and we had one had I think they're called a litter.
Yeah.
Anyway, we had one have a bunch here a week or so ago, and then we had one have some yesterday. So we don't understand because they was all bred within like the same
Well, I mean, it's just like humans,
dates. So
a girl, a sister, and a sister can get pregnant at the exact same time, and their due dates be, right together, and she go before her sister. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It just all depends.
but so I get up, I let the chickens out, I check the rabbits, see if we got any new bunnies. Open the doors to the greenhouse, start getting a draft in there so plants don't die. But I mean, in all reality, like I'm doing it 3 times as much because they're not here. They entrusted us to watch everything. And so I don't want nothing to go south. But in all reality, like 1 hour a day, if you would time everything right, come by, cut these sprinklers on for this garden, go check the rabbits, go let the chickens out, check the quail. So, you could literally space it to where, you know, 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the evening, or, just an hour in the evening, maybe 15 minutes in the morning, just to check, make sure no fences are down or whatever, make sure all the animals is where the animal's supposed to be. But I mean, less than an hour and a half a day, and we're growing most of our own meat, like literally, like we're our meat production is high, and we have enough garden space to feed a ton of people, and
Yeah.
it's all
And we're building more raised beds. We're getting ready to build a couple more.
yeah. But I mean, it's all organic. We don't use pesticides. We don't use
Mm-mm.
herbicides. We don't use no.
I mean, literally, you know how we were talking about the chicken processing class we done and everything. Even the blood, we had catch buckets underneath where we were slaughtering the chickens, and we put all the blood because it's so high in nitrates that we put it on our corn. You know, around the corn plants, around other plants in the garden beds and stuff. I mean, we don't waste anything.
Yeah, if you do homesteading right, and we're fast tracked on the pace of it because my brother's been doing this for 10 years. But if you do it right, you don't have waste. Like what we cut lumber out of, we use the slabs to heat the house and to heat the building. And you know what I mean? Like when we process chickens, the guts go to the pigs, the feathers go to compost,
Yep.
the blood goes to the garden, the feet get dehydrated and turned into dog treats.
Or broth.
Yeah, there's ways around everything to where you have no waste. And the only way to be successful as a small farmer is to know what to do with all the waste.
That's
Like,
awesome, Peach. She
you
said
know,
they had goats, chickens, quail, turkeys, pheasants, hogs, peacocks, horses, and gardens.
I can do without the peacocks and the garden. Or not the garden, the peacocks and the horses.
I want a horse, but
A horse ain't nothing but a food bill till you run out of a gas station.
yeah, I know, but
I mean, honest to God, I don't get me wrong. I grew up with horses and around horses and
that's exactly right, Peach. Waste not want.
all this, that, and the other, But a horse, unless you're talking about like draft horse pull a plow,
Yeah, yeah.
a horse is a food bill with nothing but pleasure of going to ride. And around here, we are so overdrawn and so over pushed for time. Ain't nobody
Yeah.
gonna have time to ride no horse. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the last thing you need is an ornery old barn sour horse that nobody fools with that you feed every day.
Yeah.
And
And
the peacocks is mean. I got my butt whooped by a peacock one time, and I don't never care if I ever see another peacock a day in my life.
they're really gorgeous, though. They really are. But
You
yeah.
get your butt whooped by one time, you won't think they nothing. I went to a petting zoo one
Hey,
time.
there's
They
my
strung me
whiskey
like-
brother. My whiskey brother's in here.
What?
Backwoods. He said, "Howdy, y'all. Just seen y'all was live.
He don't
Be
even know how
hanging
to
with
drink
the
no
wife." Oh, Backwoods, did you hear him? Said you don't even know how to drink no whiskey. I'll post the link if anybody wants to hop up here. They can.
Somebody, half y'all people need to hop up here because she's getting tired of talking to a fire pit.
I mean, it's nice just to chill around the fire pit and talk about this, that, and the other. Don't have to be a real topic. That's why the name of our live was hanging around the fire pit at the farm. Just talking
See, I'd
about.
have been smart enough and I'd have put, like when you have nothing to say.
I mean, we're just talking about this, that, and the other. Good night, Joe. Thank you for stopping by.
Joe, take it easy, man. Thanks, buddy. I like Joe. Joe's smart.
Yeah.
He's like on top of it smart.
Reckon we're gonna put some more wood on the fire here. Hang out a little bit more.
What you mean?
Hey, Miss Sharon.
You don't want me down there running this chainsaw at night drinking?
No, sir.
I got plenty of wood.
That'll be later.
Y'all see how dirty she talks? I do this shit all the time.
Have y'all seen a man complain as much as he does about that? No.
Wow, chicken, wow, wow. Oh, she getting ready to get hot.
She's been hot.
Oh, that's pine.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting ready to get, well, no, there's a little poplar in there.
So, Miss Sharon, like, literally, we're just all hanging out, talking about this, that, and the other by the fire, just relaxing.
We are shooting the proverbial shit,
Yes.
is what's happening here. Like, anybody.
Me and him really don't get to do this that much. We don't get to just sit together and just be me and him and the outdoors and chill by the fire. We either have our 5-year-old son who is at a family member's house. We have him up our butts. We have our 13-year-old daughter, which, you know, she's had a rough week. So she is up at her grandmother's relaxing and, you know, spending time with them. And so it's good for me and him. I mean, because we don't get this. We don't, I mean, it's hardly ever, it's just me and him. So that's just what we're doing.
Yeah.
And we figured we would let y'all in on our just me and him hanging out.
Yeah. I mean,
If I don't cut my own ankle off first.
what we need to do, like a virtual, like a live, get like 10 people signed up, this, that, and the other. And
Yeah.
everybody just be sitting around the bonfire in their backyards
Yeah.
and just, it's like we sitting all around in one circle around one fire. We just talk back and forth. And
I mean, this is outdoor television that we don't have to hear stupid shit from.
Yeah, and God knows that motherfucker ain't gonna try to take no guns.
So literally, I could sit and watch a fire for hours. Especially like my kids love to get the what's it called? The color changing flames. You know, you can buy the
Like the different mineral compounds.
yes, they love it.
Potassium.
And he's like, Mama, look,
Stuff
it's
like
blue, it's green, it's this. You know, he just loves it. He's amazed that a fire can be a different color other than red and orange. You know, he's just amazed. But
I'm just fine with the basic.
yeah, I am
and
too.
orange. Little blue here and there.
Yeah, Peach, fire will make you sleepy.
See, if my old lady loved me, we wouldn't be on this live right now. She'd have brought one of my guitars from the house. And I'd have been sitting out here picking guitars by the fire.
Yeah, well, I forgot.
Yeah.
Hey, Radio Prepper, how are you doing?
Hey, buddy. We're gonna move some comms down here, this, that, and the other.
We might be hitting you up.
Yeah, we need to hit you up. I'll look up your email, this, that, and the other, but we're trying to get some comms set up and extend some antennas and this, that, and the other. And I don't know nothing about none of it. I just wing it. So
That's what we're doing right now. We winging this live.
might as well.
Just winging it.
What else you gonna do?
Nothing besides you.
There it goes. The live just went to shit right there. All we need is native voice in here talking about somebody's unit and moist girth and this, that, and the other, and then the whole YouTube live gets shut down right there.
Radio Prepper said he's always willing to help.
Got you, man. I'll be in touch. Because that's one of my next moves is to move my comms from said location to here.
Yeah.
So, in fact, I was going to do it today, but I didn't get over there.
Right.
Just like my kitchen sink faucet didn't
It's
get
in the
over
back
here.
of the back of the car.
Oh, well, never mind. Like I said, I didn't get over there.
Miss Sharon said, "Comms makes my head spin. I know nothing about any of it."
Got something to do with meters and bands and wattage
Oh, somebody's wanting in.
and
Let's see.
voltage. And,
Backwoods.
yeah. And I'm like you, I don't know nothing about
Hey,
none of it.
whiskey brother.
What's up, whiskey sister? And by the way, Mr. Plumber, sir, with all due respect, I would drink you under the table so badly that you would be crawling around on the ground. People would think you was looking for bugs, man. They'd be offering you food to eat.
Damn,
Just saying.
son.
Listen, last time I went to my doctor told me, listen, you ain't got to worry about no pancreatic cancer, no gallbladder cancer, no none of this, that, and other. I said, why is that? He said, because all of it is in formaldehyde. Okay.
Right, right on.
Hey, Sophia.
Hey, man, y'all doing a great job out there, man. I've been catching some of them videos. I don't comment on a lot of people's videos. Mainly just because I just don't, I don't, sometimes I don't know what to say or just, hey, great job, but, no, y'all been doing a good job on that cabin and stuff. I kind of what I've been doing here lately. I got me some of these, little earbuds, these, what do you call them? Bluetooth things, and,
Yeah, I
Yep.
got one in my ear right now.
right. And so, when I get on that zero turn, I hold that phone up here. I've got to make me some kind of mount or something. But I hold that phone up there and I listen to the videos while I'm mowing grass and shit because I got some really big properties I have to do. So yeah, I've been watching, man. Y'all doing
Yeah.
a great job. I like that little cabin, man. That's by the way, Mr. Plumber. Again, sir, with all due respect, my grass looks bad, man. I cut grass for a living, and well, I know you're a plumber, and but you need to get that motherfucking sink fixed, man, for that woman, man, so she can do the dishes like she's
Well,
supposed to.
see, I was going to get the sink fixed
I'm sorry.
today. I was going to build my countertop and do this, that, and the other. But I hadn't watched this fella. I don't know if you've heard of him. It's like Backwoods and Prepping, or I don't know. He's changed the name like 19 times.
Yeah,
But
that
he
he's a
had
jack.
this video on there about his rain catchment system.
Yeah,
And I was going to go back and watch that again to see if I could get the stuff here by the end of the week to go ahead and do my rain catchment system. So,
man. I
that's kind of the holdup.
just used the trying to fix my camera here. It goes blurry sometimes. I all right, here we go. There we go. I just used the vent pipe, man. You know what I'm saying? On
Yeah,
it.
well,
And
I'm talking about like the whole first flush deal and everything you put in with that
yeah,
IBC tape.
yeah, that's
And
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I got all the stuff here to do it. I just don't have that ball valve, the with the float ball in it and stuff.
Here you go. You can talk to them.
You don't have to have that. You don't have to have that, bro. Look, check it out. What I do is because man, I was looking at it, I was like, damn, I gotta go buy more parts and shit for this and that. And I was like, man, why can't we just make this simple? And I just put a valve on the bottom of it and I'll turn it on when I know it's gonna rain. I'll turn that valve on and I'll let it do it, rain for 30 minutes or so, and then I'll run out there and shut the valve off, and then it'll still any little bit of impurities left over will kind of collect in that bottom part. So it's got to go,
Right.
all the way up above the tote before, it's got to fill up that much before it starts teeing off into the to the tote. and I've also got a 5-gallon bucket that I put a hole in the top of the tote, you know, and put that 5
Yeah.
gallon bucket on top. And then I just take that paint screen. You know,
Yep.
you get that shit down at the hardware store for like $4 for a bag of it, you know, for like
Right.
3 of them. Yeah, and I just use them, man, and it 90s right down in, and so the paint screen catches stuff too as well.
Right.
You just
Well,
go
see,
out there. Go ahead.
the way we're planning on doing it
Mhm.
is you got to figure I got a 14 by 40 building.
Mm-hmm.
If I put an IBC tote on the back, rain per square inch, blah, blah,
And,
blah, should
and
have
really,
no problem keeping up 275 gallon tote.
well, here's
So,
what, yeah, here's what you do though on that. Just put you a little overflow, little inch and a half, you know, little piece of inch and a half pipe, little 90,
yeah,
and just and you know, put you you know, just like you would with pop off on a water heater or something
on a
like that.
water heater.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know, you want to put your little screen, you know, a piece of screen over the end so the bugs can't get in there. And then just let it overflow, man. You know, every once in a while, like it's been raining off and on, but it's been probably about 2 months since I did a real dump on the IBC tote. You know, so what I did was I basically did a dump flush out because like it started raining. They was like, man, it's gonna rain, you know, and it did. It rained for like 3 days here. So
right.
I did a dump, but yeah, just put you an overflow on that, bro, and just
Yeah,
let it eat.
that's what I was going to do. But see, I'm going to pipe it in. So we got like one of the water filter systems that's running 3 carbon filters, 2 ceramic filters, and a UV light. So I can make literal gray water out of a sink, potable, drinkable water. But
Correct.
what I'm going to do is when I run it through it, then it's going to go with a 12-volt pump out of it, and like our little chicken fillers, the little water fill up valves on our chicken fillers,
Yep, I got some.
I'm going to put one in my Berkey. So that way I have said filtered water going to the Berkey that stays full all the time.
Right.
And then I'm going to run just the regular water to, you know, the spigots, the shower valve and everything. We're actually talking about doing a trenching deal, going and renting a trencher for a week, and or trying to swap out. Hey, you need a bar excavator? Then hey, we'll let us borrow your trencher. We'll let you borrow the excavator. This,
Right.
that, and the other. Because we want to put water all over the property. Like we really want to trench in one main line around the whole property, put in frostless hose bibs, you know, at said points, you know, because like my brother down there at the sawmill, he has to make soap water. Well, he has to take this 6-gallon jug off, walk to the barn, fill it up with water, add the soap, this, that, and the other, then walk it 300 yards back to the sawmill. You know, I mean, it's kind of, but we're planning on, you know, putting in waters like all of our cow waterers, chicken water, pig water, all that stuff. It's fed off of a lifted IBC tote. We just built the platform under it's gravity fed system, you know.
Yeah,
And I
there's
mean,
That was backwards, y'all both being plumbers.
yeah, we have a ton of like the whole like the well pump.
Mhm.
We got a 150-gallon storage tank. We've got 2 other storage tanks. We're running like a 70-pound booster, this, that, and the other, and we still don't really have enough water pressure. I mean, if I cut on this sprinkler, that sprinkler, and the one up the hill,
well,
then the one up the hill doesn't sprinkle.
Yeah.
what did you start out with on your first initial piping? You know, the size wise.
we're
Yeah.
running. We have a shallow well here, so it's a jet pipe or it's a jet pump. So that's normally 1 inch, an inch and a quarter. You got your rise power and your suction.
Yep.
But we're pumping it all into pressurized storage tanks that are fed through a booster pump. But I mean, you got to sit back and think, dude. Like, we have a ton of water. You got that house, the radiant floor heating.
Right.
That shop, the radiant floor heating. Over there, where they do the freeze drying and stuff, is completely plumbed in with a bathroom.
Well,
Over
can you-
here, the building we just put in, I mean, like we're like, we need a water tower. My brother needs to go get some steel, and I'll weld it up. We'll paint it some goofy color, and I'll put Billy Bob Loves Charlene on it, and we'll
Right.
set it up at the pig lot. And we need a water tower. That's what we need.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was going to suggest something sort of similar to that in if you had a if you had a catchment system to where it would, the sprinkler that's far away that's not sprinkling, if you had a little smaller water catchment system, at a height. I mean, obviously I would have to see the property, or what you're doing. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm just making the suggestion of having some type of water catchment so that as it's pumping, you could have a float level on it, even to where it pumps a certain amount of water into the catchment up
Yep.
there, and then when it comes on, when it's time to water, it's got that head pressure as well.
Right. Well, see, that's the way we do the pig waterer.
Yeah.
It is set 8 foot high. It's an IBC tote. We built a frame, set it up there with the lift, but we have a float valve in it, and it's run all the way to the well. That way, the IBC tote stays full. So
Right.
even if the line busts or somebody plows through it or whatever, we still got 270 gallons right there on hand to keep the cows fed, the water, the cows and the pigs and the chickens watered, But we're just to the point to where, I don't know, maybe we're just doing too damn much. That might be it. I mean, well, I told my brother here a few months ago, because we got the big creek runs right behind our house, like right behind my house. Like, we have a gas powered pump. Like,
well, hold on. Does that creek run year round?
yes.
Hey, dude, you can make you one of them.
Ram pump.
Ram pump.
Ram pump. Yep.
Son, I'm telling you, a ram pump, and you can also take you an old washing machine, and you can. There's some videos online, man, if you'll look it up. And it's making power with a washing machine.
Oh yeah.
With the creek, and the dude, he reversed it
you change the polarity on the amperature.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And man, he used that creek water. He had a pipe come in, and it just sit there and run on that blade, man. Just sit there and spun that blade all the time, man, and just constantly made power. And he had a couple of batteries.
We actually have, and this stuff's been in the works for 10 years, but I actually have a squirrel cage fan.
Okay.
That is 2.5 foot wide. The motor burned up. What it was a return air force system for an air handler at a hospital. Well, it burned up. So the HVAC guys threw it in the dumpster. So we got it. We put new bearings back in it. But our thought process is dam the creek up, dump the pipe in, have the shaft on the squirrel cage, turn a generator for power, but we just hadn't got that far yet. We got too many other projects. But like the ram pump deal, we've got a 600 gallon cistern that we bought off of an old farmer.
Yeah.
If we put that thing up here at the top of the hill, put the ram pump in the creek, keep that 600 gallons full, we could use it to irrigate everything and then take half the strain off the well.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, and even your water catchment systems, that's still considered potable water, So if you use that cistern with the ram pump, kept it full, used it to water everything, chickens and such, and hogs and gardens and such, and you could just focus your water catchment systems for when times there is a problem with your well.
Right.
I don't know that I wouldn't even rig up some way to, in case we're going to get a couple of months without rain. I don't know that I wouldn't rig up something with a valve and make it to where your well, you can actually, before you're fixing to be in that couple of months without rain. You know how that shit goes, man. It's like you
Oh, yeah.
never saw it. And
Make,
go
make
ahead,
a backfeed loop
make
where
a
I can
back.
backfeed from the cistern into the well.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
I smell what you're stepping in.
yes. And that
Yes.
way, it's, with the Berkey filters and all that, man. I mean, the cistern should be fine. It's creek water. As long as you ain't, obviously, you got to worry about, a dead animal or something in the water just above, your,
Right.
where you're going to be collecting the water. So, but yeah, you can buy them test strips online. They're water test strips. They make several different ones, and you can just test your water, and it'll tell you if it's safe to drink or not.
Oh, yeah.
And then of course running it through the Berkey and all that, but or a Sawyer or whatever you got, whatever kind of water purifier you have. Because I don't like to say Berkey too much, because a lot of people are like, well, damn, I can't really afford a big Berkey system.
You can make one.
Dude,
Yeah, yeah,
you hadn't seen my Berkey. My Berkey's made with 5-gallon buckets.
right. Yeah, you can make them with 5 gallon. The filters.
Yeah, I ordered the filters, and since then I have changed from the Berkey black filters
Mhm.
to the knockoff ones off Amazon.
Mhm.
And honest to God, I mean, I'm a plumber. I carry a water test kit in my truck. I
Right.
have the same results from my water test kit off of the $30 Berkey filters that I did off the $130 Berkey filters.
Okay.
Or the Amazon knockoffs. But yeah, dude, I don't, I ain't spending $600 on a water filter. I mean, I'm
Right.
sorry,
Well,
I'm too cheap for that.
yeah, and I'm, well, me too, but I do have a Berkey, system here, the real Berkey filters and shit. But I also have like some zero waters. I've got some different one. I don't know. I've got 4 or 5 different ones in there, man, that I bought over the years and stuff. Just they're prep items. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I've upgraded a little at a time, but I don't ever want to make, I always want to make sure that nobody ever gets discouraged
You can't.
because you can't afford a Berkey, or you can't, get a water filtration. I mean, if it's a $30 one, go get one. It's better than nothing, and obviously get the best one you can afford, but that's the thing, is get the best one you can afford, just get one.
Those zero water pitchers that you buy at Walmart for like $40.
Yep.
My nephew bought one, and I tested it because he wanted to say, hey, how well does this do?
Mm-hmm.
And honest to God, off of the, water treatment test strips that we get for, checking wells and doing this and doing that, his $35 water filter from Walmart
Mm-hmm.
showed the exact same results as a Berkey with Berkey black filters. Now, I'm not saying that it would eliminate like microplastics and this, that, and the other. I don't know. But as far as drinkability, like you're not going to thirst to death, the $30 deal from Walmart works.
Yeah, I've got probably 3 of them zero filters in there, or 3 sets of you know what I mean, and the whole zero the zero water filter deal, set up,
Well,
and then I got Berkey's. One of them I got on, man, it was this survivalist website, and I can't remember because it's been so many years ago, and it would treat so many gallons, and it's stainless, and like you take it apart and you clean the filter after so much. I don't know. I have to go in there and read the instructions again. I got a couple of them, and then once you clean it all out and everything, you put it back in, and it comes with the test strips and everything. And once you put it back in, it's supposed to be clean, and we'll do again that many gallons. It's one that you can take apart and clean. I've got a
right.
couple of them as well.
Well,
You know,
what I've noticed, like in my Berkey, is I have to take it apart every couple of weeks, and I have to wipe the rust because around here, I don't know if y'all have this problem out in the
iron.
middle of the country, but out here, like our iron deposits and stuff like that are incredible. Like it'll turn the outside of a Berkey black filter brown within like a week. So,
Well,
we deal with that. But one thing that I want to do is I went down here the other day in the creek looking for it. But there used to be a cold water spring that come out of the side of a hill right into the creek. But since then, there's logs that's went down the creek and stuff's changed and this, that, and the other. But I want to take the excavator down there and try to dig it out and just build me a spring box.
yeah, them spring boxes are cool. I was yeah, we have when I so when I first met my wife, when we first met and we started hanging out, and we actually dated for 2 weeks, and I asked her to marry me, and we've been together for 18 and a half, 19 years now, and I mean we're best friends, man. I'm telling you, like still to this day. Um, anyway, so when I first met her, and everything, well, she had just started buying this house that we live in. So, obviously, I moved in here, and once we got married and everything, well, one of the things when I first started coming over, because I was a plumber, and she's like, do you know anything why this water squirts like this out of her faucet? And we have calcium, a lot of calcium deposits here, and I unscrewed that little, took the little. Well, first I took that energy or that water saver tab thing out of it,
Got
and
better signal over there.
I just told her, it basically just has this little calcium deposits on the screen. I showed her how to clean it and make her water come out of the faucet better. And so yeah.
Hey, you think
You need to tell them about being you.
you think your how you and your old lady got together is interesting. Let me tell you about me and the missus. All right,
He's still a little salty over one
just
detail.
just hush. Ain't nobody talking to you. So I have known her daddy, who is a North Carolina building inspector, plumbing inspector. I have worked around him since like 2000.
Right.
Have dealt with him on multiple jobs. He knows me. He knows my brother. He knows my dad when my dad used to run work in Charlotte, North Carolina, and everything.
Right.
So we've dealt with him for years. Well, I never even knew he had a daughter. So I get online and I'm doing this and that and the other and everything, and I got on one of them dating websites.
Uh-oh.
No, this is funny. And then I seen her picture up there, and hang on, what's that name say? So then I take a screenshot of it and I send it to him, and I'm like, hey, do you know this person? Yeah, that's my daughter.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
So,
oh no.
So she come over the first night, right? Well, first she blew me off for like 2 months. Then I guess when she finally run off her, you know, boyfriend at the time or whatever. So anyway, so then she talked to me.
Right.
She come over the first night, and this, that, and the other, and she left. You know, the second night, all my kids was gone to the grandparents' house, so she stayed, and she never left, dude. Like never. Like she went back to her house to get her shit, and she ain't never left yet. And it's been like 6 years now.
What you gonna do with a cowgirl when she don't ride away?
Exactly. Exactly. You know, I
That's
mean,
cool as shit.
but
That's cool as shit. Hell, I met.
years later, I ain't got any complaints. So there you go.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. I mean, I'll tell you a little quick story. You know, I was on them drugs, and you know, I'm talking about the meth, and I even was smoking a little crack. You know, I mean, like I was out there, bro. I was out there bad, and man, I don't know. It's just something. This part of the story will be for another time, man. I don't want to get that deep, but anyway, so I ended up at like 30 years old moving back in with my parents because I wanted to get off the drugs, man. I was tired of that life, you know.
Yeah.
And some things that happened before, like I said, I don't want to get that deep. Um, anyway, so yeah, man, moved up here with my parents. They had moved up here, retired, you know, bought them a big chunk of property and moved up here. So I moved up here with them. One day, it's really funny. My dad got one of them Z70. He had he don't have it no more, but he had one of them Z71s, you know, the with the third
Yeah.
door on, you know, the extended cab. And I was in the back seat there, and dad and mom was, you know, dad was driving and all, and mom was in the truck. And we was going downtown to get a couple of groceries and such. We was coming off the hill, man. There's this church right there, right? And man, I'm just sitting there. I like the church. Like I'm just being honest, man. That church was just like really drawing me, but man, like I was looking, you know. And my mom sitting in the front seat in front of me. She never turned around or anything, right? She just goes, "You want to go to that church, don't you, son?" And I'm looking around like, how the hell she know I was, you know? And
Is that
I was like, yeah, mama, I would, you know, appreciate probably to go to that church, you know. And she goes, all right, we'll go Wednesday night because this was, I don't know, it was already Sunday evening, Monday evening. I can't remember exactly. Anyhow, she's like, we'll go Wednesday night. So we went, and we went in there and sat down, and the music director, he he talked to me a couple of times, and so the next day, the music director called me. You know, we filled out one of them little, you know, guest cards, you know.
Yep.
Music director called me. He said, hey, man, would you come up here and meet with me? I was like, sure, you know. And so when I got there, he had this guy there. Guy's probably about 3 years younger than me. And we start talking, you know, and everything. Well, it turns out this guy that he brought up there, man, this guy's still my best friend, one of my best friends. He like rebuilds old hot rods, and like he was military. You know, I mean, loves, you know, music like I liked, you know, the rock, the heavy metal, you know, some rap and shit. Um, just, you know, we just like best friends, you know. And so I sat down. So when I went in there to church on Sunday, you know, he saw me come in the door, and he's, you know, this guy that's my friend now. He saw me, and he was like, "Hey, come over here and sit with me and my family." You know, I was like, "Cool," you know, and we sat down. Well, my wife was single at the time, obviously, and she set her and her friend, this lady, they sat right behind where my buddy that I met sat. You know what I'm saying? So I sat down basically right next to my wife, and I got kind of involved in the choir. My wife sung in the choir, and that's actually where we met, was in the choir. And our first date was we played volleyball every Sunday afternoon. So our first kind of like meetup was I invited her to the volleyball game, and so we hit it off real good. Like I said, we only dated for 2 weeks, but our first date we went to the Christian bookstore, and then we went and ate at the Chinese restaurant. I'll never forget. It's been now what, 18, 19, I don't know, 17, 18 years. Shit, I can't even remember how long we've been together. It's we're pushing 20 years together. And I'll never forget, man, she was wearing an all pink outfit, but real conservative outfit, but it was
Yep.
all pink, and she's got real jet black hair. And man, she was so beautiful, you know what I'm saying? It was just like, man, she was perfect, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, we've been together that long, man, and I it's so funny because we are completely opposite. I like heavy metal and rap and drinking whiskey, and I love God, and everything. I like to, man, and she eats like salads and vegetable dinner, and I'm over there tearing up some chicken and some pork steaks, and you know what I'm saying. And man, she likes real conservative music. Her her fun time, leisure time, is like playing that Wordle shit that's going on
Yep.
Facebook or whatever, or reading a book, or and I'm out here like, shit, I want to build something, I want to tear something up, I want to damage shit, and fix it.
It,
Yeah, so
it's amazing how the old ladies are like the balancing deal. If you look back and you look at the like the old Roman scales, you got guy that was crazy over here, and because I was the same way, dude. I was a honky tonk hero. I played in bars and this, and I was a pipe welder on the road for going on 10 years. I mean, I've went and done it all.
I
It's
used to travel.
amazing how you get that one perfect person that's right there, and they kind of like, no, we're not doing that, dude. Like they balance you out, and you're like, okay, yeah, it's probably not a good idea. You know,
Yeah,
um,
when I met my old lady, I worked for the was doing the plumbing and all that shit. Well, we went through that little recession, you know what I'm saying? And man, people just weren't spending no money, and people didn't have money to spend. But I ended up before that, I was doing what they call. Have you ever heard of U-liner or Insituform or any of that?
no,
So basically, it's a liner that goes inside the sewer line. Where all the customers
yeah,
tie into.
I
Yeah,
know
the
what you're
line.
talking about. Yep, yep. I
Yeah,
got a that goes all over the country. Does it?
I used to put that in. I used to install that. So I traveled all over. And boy, you talking about honky tonk heroes? Good lord, dude. We went to the Panhandle of Texas because we were actually going to California to work, and we stopped over in Panhandle of Texas. Time we got loaded out, and some of the equipment we were under DOT regulations and such. And anyway, we stayed over in the Panhandle of Texas, and they had this little old bar, in the hotel. Dude, we went up in there, man, and one of the dudes that worked for us, man, he wore the turtleneck fucking sweaters, the preppy motherfucker. And I mean, he was bowed up and worked out and rode, mountain bikes and shit. He was all sportsman shit, but man, the preppy turtle, and I'm like, he comes out of the hotel room, and I'm like, bro, you can't wear that down here in this bar, man. No. He's like, oh man, it'll be fine, and I was like, okay. we, we went down in there, man. We didn't even fucking get bellied up to the bar good, man. And some dude was like, look at this fucking queers, man. What is it? These motherfuckers up in here. That one there probably fucks that one, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? And I,
Mm-hmm.
I looked over at home, dude. And I'm like, dude, I tried to tell you, man. And he's like, shit. So we got our beer and we're drinking. They're steadily. There's 4 or 5 of them at the table, man. They're steadily talking shit, right? And I'm like, damn, man. So we drank our beer, and I was like, man, let's just fucking go, man. We're gonna fight, man. I'm telling you, let's just go. Hell, run down the road and get a 6 pack of beer, man. Go back to the hotel, and me, him, and my buddy, and man, as we're going out, there's this one fat dude at the end of the table. He's a pretty good sized feller, man, and he's all leaned back in his chair a little bit, and he looks right at me, man, and says, "You the one that's gonna suck all of them's dick, dude?" I lost it, man. Man, I cracked that motherfucker with everything I had right between the eyes, man, because he was kind of leaning back in his chair, and I just threw everything I had into it and just hit that son bitch, and he fucking fell back, and his head bounced off the floor. It was lights out for him. Dude, it knocked him smooth out, man. I'm not saying it was my head. I think it was his head bouncing off the floor. But as I kind of turned, my buddy jumps across the fucking table and clotheslines 2 dudes, man. The fight was fucking on, man. We rolled around in that bar, knocking over tables and fucking fat lip, and you know what I'm saying, man.
Oh yeah, yeah, dude. I was out at Kemper, which is outside of Jackson, Mississippi, right?
Hmm.
Me and some of my buddies, you got to think we a bunch of pipe welders and millwrights and this, that, and the other, and we all from North and South Carolina, and we're all staying 4 states away. So we all went
Hmm.
to the bar together. We walk in, we're wearing pearl snap welding shirts and Wrangler blue jeans and area work boots and soft caps, this, that, and the other. And
Yep.
we didn't even get halfway through the door. Like, I mean, like, there's still 3 people getting their IDs checked. And this guy said, "Who the fuck are these?" And my buddy didn't bat an eye. He reached over off the pool table because I had an open pool table with the sticks laying on top of it. Grabbed this
Yeah.
motherfucker and started going around this bar like a baseball bat.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally got in the fight, kicked out before we ever got a drink. And that was the worst bar tab I ever seen because they give us like a $4,000 bill to split between the 9 of us, and every one of us was sober because he decided, hey, let's just start a barroom brawl right here.
Man, dude, we got kicked out of a bar in New Mexico. The same, the two, a night or two, no, a night later, we got kicked out of a bar in New Mexico after we left the Panhandle of Texas, and we had went up in there, and it was this cool ass bar, man. Um, it was called Senior Buckets, and you ordered a bucket of beer, and it was one of them little pail, with the ice with the 6 long necks in it. And yeah, man, they played all live bands. All the music was live, and they had like these dudes that was playing like Megadeth and Metallica and AC/DC and shit. It was like it's a cool ass bar, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, we started dancing with these chicks, and so motherfuckers got mad because, man, all these chicks were dancing on the floor, and the guys are standing around looking at them. You can hear them over there, like, man, we should go up there. Shit. Me and my buddy, I looked at my buddy, I'm like, shit, let's go. He's like, all right. We went up there, we crawled right off in the middle of them chicks, man, started dancing, having a good time and shit. And them dudes, a couple of them dudes got mad, and I guess they was liking a couple of girls or something. You know the typical bullshit. And so the bouncers came over and they're like, "Man, y'all got to leave." You know, this one grabbed this girl's ass over here, and I'm like, "That girl ain't even been on the dance. We've been here on the dance floor, and you know it just." So we kind of went outside, and my fucking buddy, the one that dove over the table to and clotheslined a couple of dudes, he's like, "Won't y'all step out here, man? We're gonna give y'all one of them good old Arkansas ass whoopings." And I was like, "Oh shit, here we go." I was kind of like, I wasn't trying to where they could hear me, but I was like, "Dude, shut the fuck up, man." Shit. You know, it's like, damn, we was just fighting last night, and then and man, yeah, it was.
That shit gets old when you get some age on you. You know.
Or you get an old lady that ain't gonna put up with it.
I mean, like, well, what I found out working on the road was the locals do not want you to be there. I was in two different situations. Like, I was down working I went for 6 months out of the year to Macon, Georgia. And I was down there for a 3-month outage in the spring, 3-month outage in the fall. And we all stayed in the same hotel. We all went to the same bars, this, that, and the other, in fact, the best.
I'm still listening, brother. I can hear you. I gotta take a piss. I'm gonna step right here where I can piss.
All right.
I'm listening.
So the best food in town was at a little sports bar, which was right down the road from the hotel. So we didn't have to go far, didn't have to get in no fights, this, that, and the other. But what I found out was you got these guys coming in off the road. They're working out of town, making $3,000 a week, $1,500 a week per diem. This is money like they've never seen. Like, none of the women there have ever seen. Like, you're making $100,000 a year, after all your road expenses and everything else. And they're like, around here, normal jobs like $25,000, $30,000 a year.
Right.
And so they're like, that they've not seen these hot shot welders roll in and do X, Y, and Z, and and road crews and everything else. Well, we got into a big old fight down there at the bar one night because some local boys that, high school heroes and this, that, and the other was there. And the guys sitting there talking to the girls and, single women and this, that, and the other. And they got all pissed off, and this, that, and the other because, hey, if we can't have you, they can't have you. You know what I mean? It is one of them situations. Like, you need to stay here and live in poverty and date somebody from this little town, because, I mean, and that's literally what it boiled down to. We was in Virginia, done the same thing up there, up above Covington, Virginia, a little bitty old town called Hot Springs. Yeah. We was doing a pump storage up there, right on the West Virginia line. Now, there's an old girl up there, dude. Like, we took charges out on her. Like, this is no lie. My buddy, a guy running on the road with me, Eric.
Yeah.
And I took him to every outage I could take him to, But we got up there and he went and met this girl. She worked at like the local Dollar General or something like that, Well, then he had her meet her at the local bar, and next thing you know, they was a thing for a week or two. Well, then he got the call, hey, you need to come back home. And he was from like Tennessee. And so he left. Well, dude, this girl would show up in the hotel parking lot and sit in the hotel parking lot all night long. And I mean, I understand. There ain't no economy up there. There ain't no money up there. And you think you have the chance to tie down a man that's making, $200,000, $300,000 a year. It's worse than in a parking lot for 2 weeks. You know what I mean? I mean, she wanted her ass off that mountain quick. But it got to the point to where, like, she was calling the powerhouse. She was calling the hotel. She come by and knocked on my door at 3 o'clock in the damn morning. And I'm like, he went like, I don't know how many times I have to tell you. His ass went back to Tennessee. He had a family emergency. He quit the outage. He went back to Tennessee. I said, I probably won't see him again for 6 months. I don't know what to tell you. But dude, I mean, you know, there's a lot of women, and you know, I'm not trying to say nothing bad about women, this, that, and the other, but you know, if they see an opportunity to get the hell out of where the hell they're at,
right?
I mean, especially, I mean, like West Virginia, Southern West Virginia at that. I mean, that's one of the poorest places in the world, you know, like in the United States. I mean, if they think they can get their ass out them hills, they gone.
One of the funnest places I ever went, man, while traveling for that company, you know, we was that liner, sewer liner, you know what I'm saying, company. One of the funnest places, man, was Oklahoma City, and we would about 3 nights a week, because man, we got per diem and all that shit, you know, and made good money, you know. Like you were talking about, you know, you make good money when you travel on the road, man. It's just all there is to it, you know, with the right setup. And anyway, we would about 3 nights a week we would go to Cattleman's. It's a restaurant, and it's all you can eat. Period. You know, they bring steaks to your table, and it's all you can eat. It's all you can eat salad. Big badass salad bar, all you can drink sweet tea, baked taters. You know what I'm saying? It's I don't know if it's still there. I mean, this years and years ago, but you know, it's down by the stockyards and shit. And but the other nights that we weren't going down down there, there was this it was a titty bar restaurant next door to the hotel, and it was called Hot Rods Lookers. You know what I'm saying? It was on one side, it was the restaurant, Hot Rods, and you walk through this door, and then it's Lookers, the titty bar. But they had these glass in there so you could actually eat burgers, and you know, yeah. Anyway, yeah, we used to go over there a lot. But then there was this club down the road, man, called Gators, and there used to be this dance called the Gator. And what you do is, if you're, you know, you're brave enough or whatever, you know, so everybody lines up in a great big circle, you know what I'm saying? And the dance floor is open. They played this song, "Ring My Bell." You remember that song?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So they played that song. You know, it's real long, you know, and so as the guy, you would go out there, dance for a little bit in front of everybody by yourself, and then you lay down on the floor on your back, and the women would dance over the top of you. Son, I did that one time, and well, because we went there all the time, man. We practically lived in Oklahoma for a while, going out of town there every week, man. Man, we got to know everybody there, dude. And this one chick, man, she danced over top of me, man, with a dress on. She ain't wearing no drawers on, man. I was like, oh shit. I mean, man, them girls would get freak on you and shit, man. Dude, that was one of the coolest clubs I ever been to in my life, man. The owners and shit were just, god dang, they was so cool, man. And we'd go in there, and you know, we always bought drinks and stuff, but hell, well, I'd go up there and order a drink, and they'd be like, hell, this one's on the house, man. You know, you're a good regular customer, and they'd give me free drinks, and yeah, it was a great club, one of the best clubs.
That's the way it got down there in Macon for me, because I went there for 6 years straight for 6 months out of the year. You know, 3 months in spring, 3 months in the fall, for 6 years running. Right. By the time I got done with my 6th year, I got to my last outage that year, and I told them I wasn't traveling no more. I had to come back home. I'd been fighting for a custody battle for my kids for 4 years, and
when they told me, okay, well, the final court date's this, and this, then okay, y'all, I can't go out of town no more. But that's the way it got down there. Like, you walked in, everybody knew what you was going to drink, everybody knew what you was going to eat. Every restaurant you went to, we didn't do that. That's the one thing I will say about like the guys that we rolled with. We didn't do the main restaurants. Like we didn't go in and look for a O'Charlie's or a Outback Steakhouse or no. We went and found the little hole in the wall places.
Yep.
The little tiny barbecue joints and the little fish places and stuff.
That's the good groceries in them little joints.
Oh, you ain't lying. I mean, that's and that was the way we liked it. We after about the second year of being on the road, you don't want people to know you're on the road. Because we had people's cars get stole or trucks get stole out the parking lot. We had tool trailers get broke into. We had hotel rooms get broken into, and so on and so forth. The after about 2 years of dealing with the bullshit of it, yeah, we don't want to draw any attention. We don't want no $400 bar tab. No, we're good.
Man, I'll tell you, the reason, another reason, because you had mentioned something about, we were talking kind of about the girls and stuff a little bit, but you was talking about that crazy girl. So in Oklahoma City, my boss always paid for the hotels, and he would get us nice hotels that had the microwaves and the refrigerators in them and shit like that. And but we had to room up. You know what I'm saying? Me and this dude Scott. So he had his shit on his side of the room. I had mine all set up, and he wanted to sleep closer to the door, and I was like, "That's cool, man." So he brings this girl home, back to the hotel one night. I was already asleep, man. I'd partake in the marijuana a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I was high as a motherfucker. So I start dozing off. He brings this girl in, man, and they're over there talking and whatever. And one of the times, I don't know, man, I remember turning over for a second because, hell, I was asleep, man. I was high, you know what I'm saying? And I turned over for a minute and looked, and like she's rubbing ice on his belly and shit. And I looked, I was like, oh, fuck, man. I was, put the pillow over my head, and pulled the covers up and shit and went back to sleep. I don't know, man. It was probably 4 o'clock in the morning or something. I woke up. I had to piss. She was gone. And man, I woke up and I kind of looked over there and she was gone. And I looked back over and the fucking door was open, cracked open about this far. And I was like, uh-oh. Immediately, I'm looking because I had my wallet and my shit. I had it there in the bed with me, like right up next to me. I'm looking and shit, and I'm like, all right, everything's here. And didn't think nothing else about it, because honestly, man, I was high. I needed to piss. I went and took a piss. I'd shut the door, took a piss, went, got back in bed. Next morning, wake up to my buddy going, motherfucker. Man, she stole his brand new 9mm. He had just got a brand spanking new Ruger 9mm. She stole his all his money out of his wallet, his per diem. Fucking took a whole carton of cigarettes he had. Took his boots. He had some real nice I think that's alligator or something boots. Took his boots. Man, dude, she took all his shit, man.
Right.
And I looked at him and I was like, please at least tell me you got some. And he goes, no, man, man, like got really sleepy, and I was like, man, she fucking janked you, man. Man, she slipped. I said, did she fix you something to drink? And he's like, yeah, man, we had a couple mixed drinks. She fixed them.
Yep.
I was like, you
True.
motherfucker, you got Mickey like a motherfucker, boy.
This is no lie. Like you know,
But
until you've been on the road, you don't realize any of this stuff happens. Like people think, oh, guys go on the road to do construction. That literally, when you're on the road making the money you're making, that you are literally a target. Like
yes, you
literally.
are.
So I got called. I was finishing an outage up at Bath County, Virginia, and I left out the pump storage, and they called me. I was halfway back home. You got to figure that's 6 hours to my house. I was going to be in midnight, this, that, and the other. And they called me and said, you have to go straight to Plant Shear. They have this, 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 and this, and you're the only one certified to weld X, Y, and Z in the company. You have to go straight there. So I drove straight by my house, like the exit to get off my house, and drove straight to Georgia, you know, and got there, got set up in a room and this, that, and the other. But because I came in like 3 weeks after the outage, like the Red Roof Inn we normally stayed at didn't have any rooms. The little La Quinta over across the street didn't have no rooms. And we're on like the north side of Macon, Georgia. Like we ain't even near town, you know. In fact, to get to the powerhouse, you had to drive through Juliet, Georgia, which is where Fried Green Tomatoes was filmed.
Oh,
The Whistle Stop Cafe, that's where it's at. You drove right past it to get to the powerhouse. So
right.
so I got back on the interstate, went in the next town up, which was like Forsyth, Georgia, and stayed in a hotel. So I'm in that hotel for 2-3 days. And, you know, when you're working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 84 hours, not to mention, yeah, to the time to get home, take a shower, get something to eat, this, that, and the other. You know, you're in bed by like 9:30, you know. So, and I usually always got a double bed room because I like to lay my clothes out. That way I can go through and see how many work clothes I have left.
I do the exact same thing, bro. Do the exact same thing.
I lay my clothes out on the second bed, but like when we stayed at the Red Roof, I always got the little the suite, you know, which is one bed, got the kitchenette in it, and my buddies would come up, and you know, if we didn't want to go out to eat, they'd come up and cook in my room, and we'd sit around and drink and play cards and do this and do that. But you know, I don't do well with the sleeping with other people deal. You know, like even if the company offered one time to go in and say, okay, well, we'll continue your per diem what it is, but we'll pay for the hotel room, but you have to have 2 people per room. And I wouldn't do it. I said, no, I'll pay for my hotel room out of my pocket. You know, I don't do well. I'm very personable when it comes to my space, my belongings, my guns, my money. You know, I don't want people around it. So I'm up here at this little shithole hotel off the side of Interstate 75 in Forsyth, Georgia. I go get some ice out of the ice machine in the lobby. And on my way back, walking down the catwalk, I watch, and there's a truck driving around the parking lot. You know, and I'm like, what the fuck, you know? I get to my room, and about 30 minutes later, there's a knock on my door. And so, you know, me being me, you know, I've got a 1911 on the other side of the door, and I crack the door, you know, because I can kill you through this door. It doesn't bother me. And it's a girl, and she's like probably 20, 21.
If you're lucky.
And she said, she looked at me, and I could see there was an old woman in the truck, and the truck that was circling the parking lot is parked across from my hotel room.
That's a no,
and hey, I just wanted to see if you wanted some company. I said, no, I don't want any company.
I work 12 hours a day. I don't want any motherfucker knocking on my door at 10 o'clock at night. And I shut the door. The next thing happened. I go to get my ice. That way I got ice to make my last drink with before I go to bed. And I see this truck, and it's middle of a thunderstorm, like piss pouring rain. I get to my room. I see headlights on my window curtains. I know this motherfucker ain't gonna do this again. Knock on my door. I open the door. What do you want? Well, I just wanted to see if, maybe you wanted some company, this, that. No, I said, listen. I said, ain't nobody stupid. Ain't nobody done nothing. I said, I've been on the road for years. I said, I know what's here. I said, you're trying to get a hold of some of these outage workers. You're out here working for money, X, Y, and Z. I said, I said, don't, I mean, I know what you're doing. You're hooking. I mean, it is what it is. Don't bullshit nobody about it.
Hey,
Well, yeah. And I'm just trying to get some money saved up so I go get my own place. I said, well, you're riding around with an old woman in a truck. So obviously she's the pimping you out kind of person. I said, I don't give a fuck what you do in your personal life. I said, the only thing I care about at this point in my life is my sleep. I said, okay, so what will it take you to not come knock on my fucking door at 10 o'clock at night the rest of the fucking outage? If that work truck is in this parking lot, you don't knock on this fucking door. I tell you what, I walked over to my wallet, got $100 bill out, walked over there and handed it to her. What, you sure you know what? No, I don't want a fucking thing. I want you to leave me the fuck alone. Here's $100 you didn't have to do a motherfucking thing for. Take the money and walk away. Don't knock on the door. Don't come to me. Don't nothing. Leave me the fuck alone for the rest of the outage. And you know what? She did.
Yeah, I tried to tell my buddies and shit. I was like, man, don't ever bring them back to your room, man. Don't ever bring them back to your room, bro. That's a bad move, man. Don't.
Well, I mean, my thing is I'm sitting here, like I get this sob sad story about X, Y, and Z. I mean, I've got daughters almost her age. You know what I mean? I'm like what the fuck are you doing with your life? I
got a 27-year-old daughter, 28-year-old daughter, bro. I know.
I'm like, this is how you expect to pay your bills? No. I tell you what, if you let me sleep so I can go to work ready to work, X, Y, and Z, here's your $100. Just don't my fucking door. When you're out making your rounds and beating on everybody else's door in this hotel room, walk right the fuck past mine and leave it alone.
Sorry, bro. I had to blow my nose, man. Man, when
it's bad when you pay a prostitute to leave your ass alone.
Right.
I mean, literally.
Yeah, man. I didn't. That's one thing I never did, man. I don't bring them back to my room, man. I'm personable like that too, man. When it's, I don't. I would rather, I'll tell you how personable I really am. Like my cousin, man. All right. When we go to deer camp, it's my wife's cousin, but man, hell, me and him's been like best buds too since just not very long after my wife and I, got married, because me and him just, we're just alike. Was country boys, like to hunt, fish, and would do them things. You know what I'm saying? And man, so when we go to our deer camp, we don't have, because we lease it, and the old dude actually died last year, man, and so we were really worried about getting to keep it, but the lady's gonna let us keep it for a little bit, but she won't sign it's just yearly. You know what I'm saying? She won't sign no 5 or 10 year lease. So We've been nervous about doing too much there. You know what I mean? As far as it goes at our deer camp. So we built a little cabin, little small cabin, didn't cost a whole lot. and we don't have any running water, none of that shit. Electricity, we have the generator or whatever. We got some solar panels anyway. Um, so about we when we go up there, we go to stay for like 9 days at a time. He saves all his vacation, and of course, I work for myself, so I don't have to worry about it too much. But even when I was working for a company, I'd save all my vacation, and we'd go to deer camp. About that third, fourth day, you start to be like, all right, whore bass ain't getting it. I need, and plus he would have to go home. He got kids at home. They're older, but so about that fourth day, he would tell, he told me for a long time. He's like, and he still tells me, he's like, man, you can come to the house. I was like, no, I'll go rent a hotel room. Because I'm just personable like that. You know what I'm saying? I go rent a hotel and shower up and relax and watch a little TV and have a couple of mixed drinks and then get up and go hunting the next morning. And then we stay at the deer camp the rest of the time. So I know what you mean about that. I roomed with someone for a little while when I was first going out of town years ago, and towards the end of work, when I worked going out of town, I started doing that, like saying, I'll just pay for my own hotel room, just give me the per diem and shit, and
Yeah.
I
Well,
just, I don't, yeah,
I had one guy, and his name was James, and I took him everywhere I took him. He was not smart. He was not a welder. Well, no, let me phrase it. He was not
that's smart.
mechanically inclined. All right, but but
I'm sorry, man. He was not smart.
well, I'm talking about like well processed and this, that, and the other. Yeah, he wasn't, but he was the most valuable person on my crew. Like literally, why? Because he was OCD. So if I
Right.
said, hey, I don't know where I laid my left glove. Oh, it's on the third floor up there, right beside I mean, that's
Yeah.
what it was his deal. So I put him over the tool trailer, the material, and this, that, and the other because he knew where everything was. Like,
That's me, brother. I can do
yeah,
the work and the plumbing, but I am OCD. I want to know where every fucking thing is. I want shit organized. I know, dude, you left your fucking shit right up there, man. I'm that way. Go ahead.
yeah. And, but like for me to come in, like, because I always come into work an hour early to do my paperwork, do my time for the next day, this, that, and the other, because I was supervisor. So I would take him with me. So by the time the guys got through the gate and got to their workstation, like all their shit was ready. The welders was gassed up, the leads were strung, the welding
Right.
rod holders were set out. You're ready to go. All you have to do is sign this piece of paper saying you showed up today and take your ass out there to work. So he was the most valuable person on the crew. And I fought for years because when they hired him in at like $12 an hour. Well, she just made a hell of a mess. Anyway, so, but they hired him in at like $12 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And the first outage, because us as supervisors, we were allowed to give like up to $2 an hour raises without asking. We just send the email. His pay went up to, $2 an hour. And I kept on fighting with them and fighting with them and fighting with them until I finally got him up making close to welder pay. I mean, the last outage I worked with them, I think he was making 26.
Right.
And it took the owner of the company, one of the owners, there's 5 owners, but it took one of the owners of the company coming down, and he was down there, we was going over paperwork, talking about other contracts and this, that, and the other. He said, what's that fellow over there doing? I said, he's doing the job nobody here wants to do. I said, you got a whole bunch of prima donna boiler welders. You've got a whole bunch of pipe fitters. I said, and he's the one who keeps everybody running. He's the one who, yeah, I said, literally, if I called in sick for 2 days tomorrow, I said, he would keep this whole crew running at, I said, he's only making like, at that time, I think it was like $19 an hour. And he's like, you got to be kidding me. I said, no. I said, he can tell you everything I do. He can tell you all the paperwork. He can tell you where all the materials at. You know, I mean, he knew everything as a helper, you know. And so I kept on fighting and fussing, and so finally they put him as like a outage efficiency supervisor or something. They made up some kind of title so they could pay him more. But he ended up, when I left, he was making like $26 an hour, and all the welders was making like 30. So I mean, you know, you can't really complain about that. You know, when he started at $16 an hour 5 years before that. But he was the only person. He called me one time. They screwed up his payroll. They paid him for his overtime, but they didn't put his per diem on his per diem card, and this and that and the other. And so I'm arguing with an office that's 3 states away. And, you know, and I told him, I said, buddy, I said, it don't bother me a bit. I said, just shut your hotel room down. Don't pay them for next week. Come up here and stay with me. So on and so forth. I said, you know, I always get a double room just because I'm me. I said, but you more than welcome to come. Dude, he was the cleanest roommate I ever had.
Right.
And the most respectful. And then, you know, once everything was straightened out and everything, he went and got his own room back. But like over the course of 5 years, he probably stayed with me 2 or 3 times. Like literally, I called him on one outage, and family had some issues, this, that, and the other. And he's like, yeah, you know, I'll go out of town, but there's no way I can cover my hotel room and stuff the first week until I get my paycheck and my first week per diem and this, that, and the other. I was like, dude, don't worry about it. I said, hell, I'll come by there and pick you up in company truck. You can ride down with me and stay in my hotel room, you know, and then whenever you're ready to leave, you can leave, you know. But he was the only one I could deal with. Like all the rest of them, the whole partying and this, that, and the other. I mean, don't get me wrong. The first year I was on the road, the whole partying thing was great. You know, I mean, you go out and do shit you ain't never done before in your life. But after the first year, it's like anything else. You're just like, okay, yeah, you know. What are you going to do when you get off work? I'm going to go home and I'm going to take a shower, and I'm going to order me some pizza. And I'm going to sit and eat my pizza, and I'm going to bed because I got to get up at 4:00 in the morning. You know, I mean, after like the first year, you're over it. Like,
Right. Yeah.
the whole bar scene and partying and this, that, and the other, you just, you know.
Yeah, it gets old, man, because man, your body can only sustain, even when you're young, man. It's like shit. You can only, you know, getting up at 4 or 5 o'clock every morning. Yeah, it's fucking sucks, man.
Yeah,
So I had something really cool happen to me one time, man. When I first started plumbing, and I'd worked for the one of the city sewer departments when I was, you know, like 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, you know. I worked for the city sewer department in the big city here in Arkansas. And so I got to learn, you know, how to, you know, that's where I kind of learned how to run a backhoe and shit. And so anyway, you know, as time went on, I went to work for that U-liner company because I got more money and, you know, go party and go out of town. And well, man, when I come back and I started being a plumber, and I worked for this dude. He was a master plumber, and he worked for, you know, a contractor, you know, a big contracting company. and we got to school, and it was a big school, big big school, for Arkansas, and so they had this big science building, and it had all that, gas, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, because a science building with when you start messing with gas and all these different chemicals and stuff, there's a lot of codes going on there. And so I'm in there, as a helper and apprentice, and this master plumber, we're working, we're getting shit done, and the boss comes in, and he's fucking throwing, he's like he's spitting fire out of his mouth. He's mad, boy. And he says, this, the guy that worked with us, plumber, fucking hit the building, man, and caved the fucking wall in and the window and busted the window. Because what it was, there was this big old hillside right there. Like it was a huge hillside, and they had carved it off, in a, to a building in there, and so he was having to fit this backhoe in between that great big, you know, rock wall. You know what I'm saying? The mountainside and the building. And man, he freaking hit the building, dude. We went around there, and dude shut the job down, and he was pissed, man, because they had to inspect where the dude hit to make sure he didn't, damage the buildings structurally. You know what I'm saying? And it actually did. And man, dude was pissed. Anyway, so they get everything fixed and propped up, where they can start repairing. So they're like, we've got to get this pipe laid, this ditch dug and all this pipe laid and this gas pipe laid, it's got to be done. So my master plumber, he fucking tells the boss right in front of all these fucking people, man. He's like, man, dude can do it right here, Like, man, he can run the shit out of backhoe. And man, put me on the spot, dude. I'm young. I'm an apprentice. You know what I'm saying? I'm working around all these master plumbers and electricians and, these building inspectors. And, yeah, man, he called me out, man. And the boss was like, all right, don't you fucking hit that building. That's exactly what he told me in front of everybody. And I was like, oh, shit. And I look over at the master plumber. He's my buddy, too, and I'm looking at him like, what the fuck, dude? And he's like, man, you got this, man. Don't you hit that fucking building. And I'm like, shit, you know. But I dug that whole ditch from back around the building all the way around, come out and brought it all the way out to the tie-in, man, and didn't hit nothing. Laid the pipe. I did everything by myself, man. And called the inspector, and of course my master plumber, well, I knew the inspector. We knew him, from the jobs we were working on. And I called him, and he's like, "All right." So my master plumber come out there, and he's like, "Yeah, and signed off on it. And yeah, dude, I got it all done, man. I was proud of myself. You know what I'm saying? I got it done right, man. Didn't get in trouble and did everything right. Didn't have to correct nothing. But he called me out, man. Put me on the spot. But I was honored. You know what I mean?
sometimes that's the only push you need
Right?
is to be told, hey, you got to do this.
Yep.
You know, uh,
I was a young fucker too, man. Is when them twin towers got hit, because we was still working on that school when the twin towers got hit. We had the school most done, and the lady, one of the teachers that was setting up her classroom, she come running out there, and she's like, they're saying there's a terrorist attack. One of the twin towers in New York just got hit. We was like, what? We went in there and we watched the second. I was watching it on TV when the second one hit. I remember that shit.
I was in ninth grade, I think.
Why you trying to make me feel old? I was all working and shit.
Hey, at least she was making money. I was just sitting there in ninth grade chilling.
Right. Right.
I'm
No,
glad
man,
he
I'll
come
tell
over
you.
here with. We was on 4%.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. Guys, I'm impressed with y'all's place, man, over there. Y'all are doing the damn thing, and I'm kind of in a stalemate at the moment. I'm making good money, but I also know that I have about 4 months out of the year that I don't get to work very much at all. So I have to kind of save my money. You know what I'm saying, to be able to pay the bills. And if shit hits the fan, I'll have a lot of cash money, if you know what I mean. I,
Hey,
you know,
the saw
um,
the sawmill only operates on cash, like
right.
literally. Like all our orders, this that don't show up here with no bullshit check. This that. No, you at the wrong place, man. No.
Yeah, yeah. I just can't go out and spend the money on the things that I need to be spending money on right now. And I just can't. I have to make sure because shit may not hit the fan, man. I just don't know. I mean, hell, we could get all emergency broadcast system here in 5 minutes that says, "Hey, Putin has pushed the button, man. He's got like 12 nukes coming. We can't stop them all." You got about 5 minutes to kiss your ass goodbye. I don't know. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But I still
The
have to plan. I mean, that's part of being a prepper is planning for the future. Is you know what I'm saying? Them tomorrow, the next day, next month, next year, 2 years from now. And so I have to save some money for my bills during that 4 month period when I'm not really working. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it kind of sucks, man. I hate it, but y'all are doing the damn thing, man, and I'm proud of y'all, man. Y'all are kicking ass. So, man, y'all are kicking ass over there.
Well, once we realized, hey, we got over a year's worth of food for X, Y, and Z,
Right,
plus
right,
two people, this, that, and the other, then we went from focusing because that'll get us through growing season. I grew up on a farm. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
So that'll get us through growing season. And then you add in hunting season, this, that, and the other. We got about 2.5 years cushion. You know what I mean? And so that's why all of our priority now is farm infrastructure, get chickens going, this going, get as many raised kids in as we can, this, that, and the other, because we're not looking for the initial crash anymore. We're good. We've got all the preps we should need for the initial crash, which was
I,
a big expenditure. But I mean, once you get that year or two in the hole, then like worrying about whether your green beans is growing, how much squash are I mean, that's what you go to worrying about.
well, see, yeah, I've got the food and water and the means of self defense and clothing and I mean I've been prepping a little at a time for you know uh, a long time, a very long time. So I have a lot of stuff. In fact, a couple of people has said that I'm on the borderline of being a hoarder. Anyway, it is what it is. So, but the thing I
Good
was
thing
wanting
people call
to well the thing I was wanting to do next was to acquire some property. I I don't really I own a third of an acre here, man. I live in town. You know what I'm saying? It's a small town. I mean, if you blink your eyes, you're done. You're in the woods again. It's like somebody just like a tornado touched down in middle of the woods and went bzz, and cleared off a spot, and everybody was like, "Hey, let's put a town there."
Hey,
It's
I'll give
but
you an idea.
well,
And this
hang on,
happened here.
well, hang on real quick. I just wanted to say that that's my next thing to do, but I just don't have the money to get there. So I'm really been following y'all and watching what y'all are doing because it gives me the ideas, and everything. That's all I wanted to say. I appreciate what y'all are doing and putting the videos out, man, because I'm moving towards that. I'm getting there very quickly. I'm not quite yet there yet, not quite there yet, you know.
And that's why we put, all right, me and my brother had this discussion the other day. We were talking about chicken waterers and something as trivial as chicken waterers.
Right.
We've probably spent, $1,000 in 8 years on chicken waterers and watering systems and this and that and the other. And all of them froze and busted and broke and this, that, and the other. Well, for the past 3 years, we've been running the same system and it seems to work. So if we could save somebody 5 years of grief and money getting through in the trash can to, hey, use these buckets, use these fillers, use these nipples, blah, 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 then,
Right.
We can save people the pain and anguish of what we've dealt with because, like when my brother started doing this down here, he was not in a good place. Like, he had lost a house because of the recession. He had lost a job. They'd had a car wreck. They'd had a kid, this, that, and the other. And his only option at that point was to move back home and build a house. So he come down here with a camper, and then we built a house, and I lived across the road. But the reality of it is he's got 17 years of infrastructure put in and this, that, and the other. I mean, people look at what we got and what he's done and everything else down here. And they, man, but you got to understand, I mean, this was 10 years of learning curve, like, hey, this don't work, that don't work, so on and so forth, to where, now we got a decent plan. So now we're sharing it and telling people,
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, because I'll go squirrel, man. One of the things I wanted to mention to y'all, see if y'all had something I could try. My chickens, I've been doing the same thing with them. They laid eggs. They have all of a sudden stopped. Bam, cut off. Like I got 2 eggs last week out of 9 chickens, and they just all stopped. And we go ahead.
Go with a higher protein percentage. We just went through this with our quail. Somebody screwed up and put like 16% protein crumbles in with the quail, and our quail can't run on that. Like you need like 31, 28%, something up in the high range. Okay. And when that 16% in the feeders, they just stopped laying for 2 weeks, like dead stopped.
Man,
if you're able to stop, I would definitely go up in protein.
Well, all I'm saying is over the last, and I don't even have the same exact chickens, but I like 3 of the chickens I had last year that laid really good for me. That was their first year, so this is just their second. And my other golden comets this is their first year, and they started laying like crazy, man, at the first of the year. So I haven't changed anything. I mean, we feed them the 5-grain scratch because I can't free range my chickens, man. I fucking live in town, I've never tried to hide that fact, I grew up out in the country, where we went to town once a month, you know what I mean, kind of thing. But no, I've always fed them the 5-grain scratch, the laying of crumbles, and plus we give them fresh fruits and vegetables, and also when I mow, some of these real nice yards. It's got this, it's got the right kind of grass and stuff. And I've got some of it in my yard. I always dump, bring a big thing of the clippings home and dump them in there and let them scratch through and they'll eat them and shit, and um, I feed them bugs and stuff like that. And man, I don't know. This is the first year that this has ever happened to me. I've not changed anything. That's what's weird to me is like, why did they just bam stop laying?
I would go to like Tractor Supply or Menards or whatever's close to you, and I would get like some 28% laying pellets and
Mhm.
put it in a feeder and throw it in there with them. And within 4 or 5 days, if you start getting eggs, then you need to be like mixing the 28% laying pellets with the scratch grains, because
Okay.
I mean that's the only thing that I've seen.
Yeah,
Your chicks are too young to be.
I think the stuff that I've been feeding now, it's been like the 19 or 20, something like that.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that right?
Usually it's 19.
19. Okay. Right. Yeah. That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking.
But if you go and find some 28 and throw in there, and like when we had laying chickens at our other house, I would mix the laying chicken pellets with like the 20. I think I was buying 26% at Tractor Supply or something then, and then I would mix it with the scratch grains in a barrel with like a concrete, like a one of them drywall mixers and a drill.
Yeah.
And I mix it all up. That way the scratch grains is in there with it. And that's what I would put in their feeder, and it would work good. But the only time I've ever seen chickens just dead stop laying is either a temperature issue or a protein issue.
Jason C just put something up, and that just clicked something in my mind. If you it's talking about having a rooster put up a trail can, if there's predators are around, they won't lay eggs. I just, man, that just clicked something in my mind. These fucking neighbors over here moved into this rent house over there, and man, god dang, I so fucked up, man, because that house was for sale and it ended up selling. It's a third of an acre with a house and a shop. It sold for $16,000, dude. I had no idea.
Oh my god, dude!
I had no idea.
My building.
I had no idea, dude.
My 14.
It was a Fannie Mae home. If I would have known, dude, I would have so bought that because it just it's connected to my property right here. Anyway, if I get the chance, I'm gonna be buying that motherfucker. So these fucking people moved in over here, and they brought 4 fucking cats with them, and I've been battling these fucking cats coming over here and shitting in my flower beds and my and hanging out over here. I caught one of them on top of my chicken pen the other night, because actually there were 5 cats, now there's 4. And I got one of them 22 caliber breakover pellet rifles, and I fired, man, I fucked this shit up. Fuck that motherfucker, man, coming up there. That I bet you that, because them cats, man, I was sitting out there night before last on my carport. I was just sitting out there having a smoke. I was in there watching an old war movie, and I come out to have a smoke, and 2 of them cats come up on the carport, and I fucking run them off and shit. I wonder if that's what it is, man. If them cats are getting over there, fucking around with
Our
them
quail,
chickens.
so our quail also was having an issue. We have, cats around the farm, and they were getting into the quail pen, and we'd find dead quails at the front door.
Right.
Maybe that had something to do with their laying too.
Yeah, the
That,
predator
that's
issue could. I mean, I
yeah,
thought
that's
about that,
stress.
but yeah,
Yeah, yeah. If
yeah.
you know if your hens get stressed, man, they won't lay. That's pretty cool. I actually have two or three trail cams, man. I'm a deer hunter, man. I and plus I like being in the woods and seeing what's out there and so forth. So yeah, I think I got a trail cam just right over there. Actually, um, I will set that up. I'll set that trail cam up. That's a good idea. Thank you, Jason C. That's a good idea, man. That's why we do these things, man. We sit around, bullshit, relax, have a good time, get to learn something, man.
Exactly. That's
Like,
what I wanted to do with this stream tonight. Like I was just all the bullshit going on in the world and this, that, and other, the doom and the gloom and all the shit is gonna hit the fan and blah blah blah. I'm just sick of hearing all of it. Like, yes, we need to worry about certain things. Yes, we need to prep for certain things. We do need to listen about this, that, and other going on. I get it. But at some point, you just want to say fuck all the bullshit and just sit around and chill.
Well,
yeah, and Miss Sharon says that dandelions will help with the anxiety to feed to you. I wonder if you could feed the dandelions to the quail. I know the
Yeah,
chickens will eat, but
probably.
that's yeah, that hell we well, we ain't got no shortage of dandelions here in the south. I'm gonna tell you.
That's,
At least ways
I
here in
walked
Arkansas, we don't have
900.
no shortage.
yeah.
So thank you, Miss Sharon, as well, Jason C. Thank y'all, man. That's what this is all about, man. I don't I got chickens. I've had them for a while. I've done very well with them, but I don't know everything, man. Things happen. You got to learn.
Well, I mean, and they change just like humans do. I mean, some of them ain't all the same.
Well,
Yep.
I could see where the stress, them cats and shit, and you know, you know how cats are, man. Hell, they'll sit there and just fucking stare at you and shit, and it's like, what the fuck, and
I mean, we got an issue with a fox around here.
Oh, that thing's
yeah,
killed like chickens in 2 years.
Yeah.
yeah, well see here. I don't know about where y'all are at. I'm just telling you, in Arkansas, we have a law, um, fucking law. Why we even need a fucking law for this? But so any predator or any actually, if like my neighbor, if his dogs get out and come over here and either, are trying to get to my chickens, I can kill them without any repercussions because they are trying to kill my animals, my farm birds. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, I so the house over there, that old shop building that's there, it's old wooden structure and it's up on, they took big rocks and concreted, for the foundation, and so it's got a hole on that one side. And man, I heard this fucked up noise one night. It was like yo, and I was like, the fuck was that? Because I was listening to some shit on YouTube, so it was kind of faint. And I turned the YouTube down and it was like, yo. And I was like, what the hell is that shit, man? I went out there and it was a fox because I've got some night vision binoculars and they're not the real big expensive ones, but they work for about 75 feet, 100 feet. They work really, really good. So I was looking and I seen this fox and I watched her, man, and she went over there and she was living up under that shed over there. And so I come out one day to feed my chickens, and this was last year, and so there was two babies stuck their heads out from under there and got up on this little log pile right there. I was like, nope, y'all can't stay around here. And I got the pellet gun and I went over there, because when you moved, they would dart in up under that shed. So I went and got the pellet gun and set up right on the edge, right there where I've got that water catchment system. I sat right up on the edge of that water, used that for a kind of a blind, and I just sit there, man, got me a mixed drink and sit in the backyard, man, at night and shit and wait just till I heard fucking moving around. Put them binoculars up there and I was like, oh yeah, I can see you real good. Man, put that scope up there on because I got a nice little scope on that 22 pellet gun. I was like, oh yeah, I can see your ass. Blook.
Yeah.
Man, I shot them motherfuckers up, man, till they left. I wasn't trying to kill them. I was shooting them like in the ass and shit. And I don't care what nobody says. They eat my fucking chickens, and they can get in there and eat the eggs and everything else. They ain't welcome. Uh, if they want to be out in the woods, I'll leave them alone. But you can't come to the house, man. I'm evicting you.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. I worked with a guy, and
Keep it back from the fire as much as you can.
the first job I worked with him on, he fired me before I ever got through the door. And now I was a supervisor just like he was a supervisor.
Right?
I walked in to hire in and do my paperwork and do my drug test for this outage. And he looked at me and he says, any person too lazy to tie their own shoes can't work for me. I said, do what? I said, I'm a welder. Once you set your pants legs on fire 2 or 3 times by your laces catching on fire, you quit all that. No, you can't work here. So I just called the office and told them, and I left. I went to the next outage. A couple years later, he come down to work for us down in North Carolina. He was from Virginia. Well, come to find out, his family owned like a whole mountain. Like I don't know how many hundreds of acres they owned, but it's right at like the Virginia Maryland line.
Right.
And then somebody told me, because he was just kind of an off guy, like he. So I got to talking to him, and then his brother-in-law or somebody that worked for us come up and said, listen, you got to watch what you say around Ward because he was a Vietnam scout sniper for the Marine Corps, and this, that, and the other. And so I didn't really think much else about it. Christmas time rolled around. He come rolling into the Connex. We had one big old Connex trailer set up for a break room. He's just as happy as can be, smiling. I ain't never seen this man crack a grin. His granddaughter got him a iPad
Oh yeah.
Christmas and loaded all the pictures on it that he had took. And so he comes in there and he's showing us these pictures and this, that, and the other. And he's showing us pictures of hunting, And I said, well, you were a sniper in the military. I mean, like, what kind of rifle you? No, I don't use rifles no more. The only thing I use is crossbows. Okay. I mean, my crossbow's sighted in at like 90 yards. I mean, that's still formidable. Dude, this man had pictures of coyotes and video clips of coyotes running across his cow pasture, and he shoots them in the head with a crossbow. Like, looks like a coyote head on a skewer. He showed me a picture like a 400-pound black bear that the front end loader of his tractor wouldn't pick all the way up off the ground. And he's doing all this with the freaking crossbow.
But we got a big old black bear up there at our camp, and we got a 55-gallon barrel that we made into a deer feeder, so it stands up. I think the very rim of it is probably about 5'9", 5'10".
Yeah.
That's about my height, and I can kind of tiptoe and look over in it. I'm about 5'8.5", 5'9". I'm a short feller, man. It is what it is, But anyhow, we got a picture of this black bear. he's sitting on his ass, just sitting there like this, down beside it, and the top of his head is even with the top of the feeder. This is the hugest black bear I've ever seen in my life, and I showed it to a buddy of mine. He bear hunts. That's one of like his thing he does. Um, he yeah, man, my buddy told me. He said, man, he said that's he said I without just knowing for sure. He said I'd say that's a 500-pound bear, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's a big motherfucker, man. And my father-in-law, man, he passed now. He's dead, but man, he'd get mad at me because I like to walk around, man. I like to move around. I like to feel the spot. You know what I'm saying? It's because you know how, man. Because where I live at, where I hunt at, man, it's hills. And you may be on this side of the hill and you can't see nothing going on the on the from the edge, or you know, and you can hunt on the ridge, on some of the ridges, but you know then some places are too far, you know, where some good crossings are. You know how that shit goes, man. So I like to feel the spot, man, and so I move around a lot when I'm hunting. And my father-in-law, he'd get mad at me and be like, man, you gonna get out there, man. That black bear's gonna get you. And I was like, man, I got this 357 on my side. I said, if he gets me, I'm gonna get him too. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna get full of lead. And I was like, man, you know them black bears will run off from you as long as it ain't a mama bear with some cubs. I mean, you'll be all right. They'll run away. And I've actually never seen the bear personally, but my uncle, my wife's uncle, you know, has, and my father-in-law did, and but my cousin hadn't seen it either. And he's a big mother boy. He's a big bear. God dang, dude.
Oh yeah. We got up there where my parents' house is up in the mountains, across the river, up like the side of the holler up there. They a bunch of bear hunters. They keep tracking dogs and this, and you'll hear them. It'll be supper time, and they'll be rolling in a bunch of diesel trucks and this and that and the other, and dog boxes on everything, and then they'll head out and they'll go do bear hunting all night long. Um, but he showed me pictures of some that I know his 50 horsepower Ford has got a 9-foot reach on it because my grandpa had the same tractor. And they literally strung it up by its neck on the top of the bucket and lifted it up. I mean, this thing, flat footed, had to stand 8 foot. I mean, my God, what would you do just walking up in the woods on something like that? I mean.
I know, bro. I mean, let's see what. Let me answer this text, man. I guess everybody's worried about Prepper Tribe all of a sudden. I don't know if Bullfrog is listening right now to this stream, but he just texted me. He wants to know about Prepper Tribe. Prepper Tribe just commented on this latest video that I did with the update on the ice chest cooler, and I don't want. Everything's cool with Prepper Tribe. I don't want to speculate on nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anybody to be out there going shit. Is Tribe okay? He commented. I just made that video a day or two on the ice chest cooler that I built. I did an upgrade on the radiator on it, and and a different fan, and Tribe commented on it. He was like, man, this is a badass idea, man. I'm impressed, and so I'm going to tell you, Tribe is fine. You know what I mean? So sorry about that, buddy. I'm noticing it in the chat, and then I'm getting text messages and shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you and I both know Like, I mean, I've been doing videos for a couple years now, and at some point, like this whole week, after what happened with my daughter and the school and the hospital and this, that, and the other, I mean, I took a lot of videos around the farm while I was working around here, and I uploaded them when I could get around to it. You know, I mean, like what I uploaded today might have been from 3 days ago. But as far as like getting in lives and this, that, and the other, I ain't done none of it, you know, because we've been busy and stressed and dealing with kids and dealing with health issues. And, you know, I mean, everybody gets life, you know, I mean, like, you know, I mean, natives took breaks, tribes took breaks.
What I said about Nathan.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Everything's fine with Tribe, y'all. He's good, man. I'd be willing to bet that motherfucker's going fishing. He ain't worried about us fuckers on YouTube, man.
exactly. He's probably sitting out right there on the daggum Chesapeake Bay, reeling them in by the moonlight right now while we're sitting out here watching a fire and talking on YouTube. You know, I mean,
Right.
nobody can blame him for that. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, man. And thank you, Miss Sharon, for that. She said the ice chest thing was really cool. It works good, dude. I'm telling you, before I changed radiators out and stuff, it would put out about 54-degree air and sit there and blow on you, and the ice lasted for 3 days.
I will tell you something that I noticed yesterday at Lowe's. I don't know if it's Jaws area or if it's just, you know, North Carolina, this, that, and the other, but they had the 10-gallon Igloo water coolers for like job sites.
Yeah.
Sale for $49.
Ooh.
They're normally $100, so they had them half off.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that would be a 10. You said 10 gallon.
10-gallon, yes.
See, I'm sitting here trying to think of, because I want to build another one of these ice chests, and I want to try a couple of couple of new things that I've been thinking about, you know, to see if I can keep the ice to last as long as it does, but make the air colder that comes out. I've got a couple of ideas that I'm running in my head, and yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool. I'm gonna build them up.
The reason why I looked at them is I was going to take one and dig a hole and
What was that?
go spread. And I was going to take one, dig a hole, and bury it in the creek, right? And I was going to put 100 foot of PEX rolled up on the inside of it. That way, the cold water from the creek, because our creek runs about 50 to 60 degrees all year long. So it goes in the thing. I put a recirc pump on it, take it inside the house, put it on a radiator coil, air conditioning coil, and with a fan blowing behind it. And I could literally essentially build a closed system hydro cooled air conditioner.
Right.
You know, and be able to run it all off my 12-volt solar system. And so that's which copper has, like, we put PEX piping in. They make a radiant floor heated PEX-rated pipe for radiant floor heating. But for the best conductiveness would probably be to put a copper coil in it, like old moonshine steel, and let the cold water run in and run out, you know, drill a hole in the bottom, run in, run out, cool the water in the copper coil and pump it through. But it's just something we've been working on. It's like the whole hydroelectric damn thing. You know, we've been thinking about this. We've got a solar water heater over here that we had to change all the fittings out in and run solid copper everything, because the damn thing reached like 140 degrees one day, blew the pop off and melted half of everything. So, you know, You never know till you try. You know, you build X, Y, and Z, and
Yep.
then you figure out a way to make it better.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, that I'm doing with this little deal is I'm trying to improve it and, you know, make it better that it, you know, I want to be able to get colder air out of it, but the ice still lasts as long. The concept that I did was I used a 1 inch foam board in there, and I cut it, you know, cut it in a third, just one piece, you know, and so that you can still stick the ice down in there. But then the other piece, I've got it set up to where the cooler, the transmission cooler is what I'm using, a brand new transmission cooler, and I'm using a 12-volt pump. And so the idea is you put that foam board in there with, you know, I got some L brackets, you know, in there, some aluminum L bracket that I screwed to the side of the ice chest inside. And, you know, so you put that foam board on top of it, and what it does is, so the fan, you cut a hole in the top of the ice chest, you put the transmission cooler up, you know, where the fan blows right on top of that and blows down into the ice chest, so it blows through the cooler and you know, blows out into that top part because you got the foam board in there. And then I've got a 3 inch 90 PVC 90 drilled into the other side and sticking out. And so um the 12-volt pump, you set it down inside there where the ice is, and it you add just a little water to it, you know, because your ice is going to melt eventually at, you know, over time, and so you'll get more water. That ice cold water pumps through that transmission cooler. The fan blows right on top of it, blows through. It cools the air down and discharges it out to 3 inch 90, you know, to blow on to you, or, you know, and it works really good, man. Like I said, I had 54-degree air coming out of it when I had the other transmission cooler, and it was too small, and air was actually blowing back. Now I think I can get the air cooler, and I've also got a couple of extra ideas.
It's actually a really good idea. Like,
Well, you know, the thing about it is say in your cabin, say in your cabin, um, if it, you know, you can bring some ice, or you can, if you've got a freezer that's working at the time or whatever, you can freeze. I bought three of them, you know, plastic totes about this big, about like this, and I fill them up with water and stick them in my freezer, and make block ice, and stick block ice in there, and then add a little water to it. 12-volt pump pumps the ice cold water up through there, and you know, you can. I've got a 12-volt battery on there, you know, to run the 12-volt pump, and then I've got a inverter, just a little 400-watt inverter sitting right on top of the ice chest. I mounted to it, and it you know, it runs the fan, and man, I'm telling you, it puts out a lot of air, man. And that ice will last for a couple of days because you're not blowing the hot air directly on the ice. You see what I'm saying?
He's talking to you.
Huh?
He was getting a cigarette.
Sorry. That's actually the best design that I have seen. I was literally sitting here looking at it on my phone. I've seen a lot of the whole ice chest air conditioners and everything else, but using the pump and running it through a transmission cooler,
Mm-hmm.
that's like secondary level. You know, I mean, you generally the same thing I'm talking about, like doing with the creek water and an old car radiator or a coal unit
Right.
out of a HVAC system and pumping it to my building. You've
Mhm.
literally done in a box,
Right. Well, yeah, the cold water coming out of the creek, that water's pretty fucking cold, man. And if you had, on that scale of what you're talking about, the size wise and everything, man, you're pumping that, you're blowing that hot air through that cool radiator, man, that cold water. And dude, you could drop the temperature inside your cabin on that size scale. You could drop the temperature, probably 10, 12 degrees, man. And that's fucking significant, man. And basically
yeah,
run it off of solar power, man. And you know what I mean? And
yeah.
if
Well,
yeah,
we the whole geothermal deal, but the problem we're at is where we're at with all the rocks from the creek and the rock veins. Like I can't dig deep enough to do a geothermal system, but I can dig down to the beach of the creek and dig a hole out in the creek and put a coil of pipe in the creek. And the only thing I have to worry about is when it floods. Big, huge thunderstorms, this, that, and other. I mean, I've seen 15-foot logs go down that creek, in
well,
torrential.
But if you took and dug a little bit of a trench, you said you got the Mini X, just dig you a trench over to where some of that water runs through, dig it over, a pretty good way, so it would have to flood pretty good to get to it, and let that creek water, just dig you a trench around, dig you a hole, dig you a trench back to the creek, and let it circulate through there. You would be like I said, it would have to get pretty gnarly before it flooded over to the spot where you have your coals, and I think you would be fine. You got the
Yeah, well, I
Mini
mean, I was sitting there talking to my brother, and we have a post driver, like a hydraulic post driver for the tractor.
Yep.
I mean, even if I had to go put some 6-inch posts in, find a soft spot in the creek, put some 6-inch posts in to make a block, so debris washing down the creek didn't hit it. But I mean, I'm seriously looking into it, like have been researching this and that and the other, the flow rate, how high of a 12-volt pump I can get for the flow rate and everything. But I think I'm gonna try it, man. I mean, everything we're doing down here is on a trial and error basis, I mean, I have all the amenities of home right now by running a generator. The only problem is the generator's expensive,
Yeah, but with the ram pump, man, and with them coals like you're talking about, I mean, you could even do PVC pipe, man. Copper is really expensive, but if you can get your hands on some, hey, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, you could even do it in PVC. PEX would work real well. Because PEX is somewhat durable. It can take a little bit of abuse. Dude, yeah, you could fix that up, man, to where it's pretty good, if you know what I mean. You could get some really cold water out of there. You could drop the temperature in that cabin quite significantly, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
With a
Well,
ram
right
pump.
In there last night.
right now, I'm running a 12,000 BTU window unit, and it cools the whole building off all the time because I've already insulated like 80% of it. But once I get the ceiling insulated after my 12-volt wiring's in, once I get the rest of the ceiling insulation in, I mean, literally, like you said, a 10-degree temperature drop. I mean, it stayed probably below 73 in there till 11 o'clock today because it's completely shaded. 80% insulated and right beside the creek. The temperature didn't get hot enough for me to even cut the air conditioner on till probably lunchtime. So
I tell you something else you could do. I've seen some of them a few solar fans. You know, they're just little solar fans. Um, if you could get a couple of them and make some of them small swamp coolers, you know, you can home make them things pretty easily. You know what I'm talking about a swamp cooler?
yeah.
The great big fan with the, you know, you hook the water hose to and it trickles over a big radiator, you know. Same thing we've been talking about basically. You can home make some of them and put them in your window and put them in you know, if you get one that's got enough circulation, you put it in one window and then open a window on the other side of the house. And even with your air conditioner on and everything, you're blowing cool air through there and circulating a little bit, so that the basically what it's doing is the sun that's beat, you know, the sun that is coming down and just the natural heat, you're cooling that down and it it works. I've watched multiple videos of some people in Arizona, you know, near the desert and shit, where they're doing this, and it's dropping the temperatures in their house, man, just by trickling
Oh,
cool
yeah.
water. Yeah,
We
and
put,
they still have the air conditioner on, but they put one of these little homemade swamp cooler things on one window and let it blow, you know, let it circulate air and it goes out, you know, exhaust out on another window, if that makes sense.
yeah.
I hope I'm explaining it right, but yeah, I am. Yeah,
Well, it's like the same thing we do at the chicken houses and the quail houses. Like
yes,
we
yes,
we don't run the water, but just put an intake fan and an exhaust fan in both ends.
yes,
Drop
yes.
just to move the hot air out the top of it. Drops the temperature in all the chicken houses like 14 degrees
Yeah,
in the middle of the day.
that's the same concept. That's a perfect example. But instead, you're using some water and you know, that radiator type system, whether it's coil wire, you know, coil pipe or whatever. You're using that same system, and it drops the temperature. It helps. It helps a lot.
Oh, I'm sure. You know, we've looked into all kinds of stuff. Like we kind of jumped the gun, I guess you would say, in the bug out cabin deal because we didn't have everything planned out when we went ahead and ordered and bought the cabin. You know what I mean? But my main priority is I'm running out of space at our house, you know, which is 18 miles from here.
Right.
So I needed a place to be moving preps to be doing X, Y, and Z because I mean, honest to God, I mean, even if nothing happens, eventually my daughter will graduate and you know she'll go on about her life. Well, the reality of it is we want to be down here on the farm anyway.
I can still hear you. Just
Yeah. And so me and the old lady and the son would move down here anyway. And my daughter could stay in our house. You know, she'd live there. You know, but if something happens, we all need to be down here. So we were kind of okay, well we need to come up with a better plan, you know. But we hadn't worked out all the details of, you know, the cooling system, the this system, the that system. The first thing, you know, plumbing mindset is we worked out about the black water and what we're going to do about, you know, toilet flushing and this, that, and the other, which is primarily the same aspect of a camper. You buy a storage tank, you pump it into the storage tank, or it gravity feeds into the storage tank, and then I come up here and dump the storage tank into the septic tank. And that eliminates the black water situation. The gray water situation, I'm not worried about. I will trench. I mean, North Carolina has gray water codes, so we'll trench that right down, put a bucket with some gravel in it, and let it leach out into the ground, and there you go. For your kitchen sink and shower and stuff like that. But like, we hadn't really sat back and meticulously thought of X, Y, and Z. Like, I really wasn't even looking at like the 12-volt solar lights and the 12-volt lighting systems and this, that, and the other, like for a camper, until I come to the problem of a month ago. You couldn't find 14.2 electrical wire anywhere in North Carolina. So when I realized we couldn't get it, then I started looking at all these other systems. And that's when I decided, well, shit, I'm going to go with like a RV system that'll run off a 12 volt. And then, if I need to run it off of some type of inverter or this, that, and the other, then it is what it is. Like if I'm powering batteries off of a solar system, then I can hook my lights straight off of a battery. But until I realized that we couldn't get 14.2 wire around here, which it's come back in stock. Right. You couldn't find it for a month and a half, but it's come back in stock. But now I've figured out what I'm going to do with the light system. So now I'm going to keep going with the 12 volt system, and the whole electrical, because I mean, plumbing's easy. I mean, I can do it in my sleep. The thing that's throwing me for a loop is the wiring, is the electrical stuff that I don't know nothing about. And I have to research, and I have to look at this. And because if it's not wiring in a water heater to a disconnect or wiring in a sump pump to a farm panel, I don't know it, So like the 12 volt system and amp draw and all, I don't know none of that.
I'm so go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, I've spent weeks and weeks and weeks looking at YouTube and looking at different products and trying to calculate this and that and the other. And I mean, I'm literally to the point I'm about to pay my buddy that owns Daylight Electric and just have him come over here and do it.
Right. I want to say hi to one of my sisters real quick. Miss Milkmaid, what's going on? Milkmaid's up in the house.
Lord have mercy.
She's wandering around over there in the bushes and shit, man. She's kind of trying to be sneaky and shit, but you can kind of see her a little bit.
Well, yeah, she's riding home from a barbecue. Lord have mercy. What kind of barbecue y'all having? Daggum 12:06 at night on the East Coast. I mean, Lord have mercy. Everybody around here done went to bed except us.
Wait, East Coast? She don't live in California? She lives in California, like next door to Nancy Pelosi, don't she?
Oh, well, I might be confused. I thought she said that she lived down the street from Beto O'Rourke. I thought she was from Texas.
I think she's from
stuff.
I think Milkmaid's from California and shit. With Nancy Pelosi and shit or something. I think she's been over there at the barbecue with Nancy Pelosi and her husband.
Oh,
they're celebrating him not going to jail for being drunk and driving.
Well, she just put in here, well, barbecue then drinks. I mean, who took the keys before all these drinks?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I mean, hell, you're one of your party putter owners there. Just got in trouble for drinking and driving, old Mr. Pelosi. So I hope one of y'all had to wherewithal to gather up the keys and such, man. We don't need to be out drinking, driving on the road, fellas and
She
ladies.
put,
We can have a good time and drink and get drunk and have all the good merry time you want. But let's not be out there driving around, man. We all got families and childrens, and then there's childrens and families out there that we don't want to see get hurt. Let's be responsible, right?
that's right. She put in here, nah, Virginia girl here south of the line. So let's see. She didn't say west of the line, milkmaid, or east of the line. So I mean, I'm betting she's somewhere around Beckley, in West Virginia, eastern Kentucky side, below Ohio, that kind of deal.
Right. Yeah, and before somebody gets butt hurt in the chat, Milkmaid has been to my town, and my wife and Milkmaid and one of her children's. We met up at the Pizza Hut and had pizza and all that good stuff. I've met Milkmaid in person, and I even went with her and her children's, and we went and looked at some property. I wanted to make because it was way back off in the woods down in one of them hollers, and I wanted to make sure she was safe. And I went with her, and we had a good time out there. It was a nice piece of property, but I guess they're not going to be able to get it because it wouldn't really sustain some farm animals. But god dang, boy, it was out in the middle of nowhere, son. Damn, that was a beautiful piece of property. So yeah, she's my sister. I met her in person. She's a good gal, but I'm gonna give her a hell of a hard time.
I know where there's 95 acres of prime farmland right here in North Carolina.
Man, I'm too old to start farming. I want a place. I want a place that's all woods, man. I want it to be all woods with some creeks and some bottom land down towards one end of it, and like where I can cut me out a little piece of the pie there and make a little bit of garden areas and such, and yeah, where I can have nothing but woods surrounding me.
I completely agree with that till my brother moved down here, and we have done nothing but cut trees since the day he moved here. We're like I said, we're bottom land. We're on the creek. Everything's uphill to the road.
We've got nine
And
cut down trees now that we ain't done nothing with.
yeah, I mean, we like the whole idea of being in the woods and this and that and the other, and
Great.
right on the creek and everything else. Which my building, I mean, there's trees all around it. There is no yard, but like the rest of it, to get solar efficiency for solar panels and to get garden spots to grow and places for grass to grow for animals and this, that, and the other. We've done nothing but cut wood for like 14 years. So at that rate, I think we'd have been better off just going and getting a pasture.
Right.
Well,
yeah, that a lot of that depends on how much you want to how much area you're wanting to grow, garden and such. That's if you're wanting to grow like big time garden, like being able to supply supermarket type shit, then yeah, you're gonna want something that's already filled it off. Well, that's a lot of fucking work, man. That's the thing. Hutch said it the other day. He had a live stream going, and I was out mowing, and I had some service, so I jumped on his live stream and was showing him this pasture that was right there next to a property I cut. Beautiful land, man. And Hutch even said, he said, man, that's the thing of beauty. He said, if you knew what it took to strip that land and turn it into a hay producing field like that, he said, you would understand that's the thing of beauty.
exactly. You know, and honestly, man, if I had it my way, the economy be doing great, the government be doing great. I'd hit the redneck retirement plan, you know, them 5 lucky numbers and a Powerball, and I'd be living at the beach right now with not worrying about any gardening, not worried about any animals or anything. I'd be worried about, hey, what time we going to the beach? Okay, well, what time we going to eat lunch? Yeah, I mean, that would be my perfect life, you know, because I mean, we grew up going to the beach all the time. My old lady, her family had a beach house, you know. I mean, that's just where we personally belong, you know.
Where we first met, didn't know it.
But the reality of it is with everything that's going on in the world, I mean, we're doing what we're doing because we don't trust anything, you know. But no, if it was up to me, dude, I'd have a guitar collection, a trophy gun room, and I'd be living in a house at the beach, and wouldn't be none of the farming.
Hey, and Mr. Plummer, I'm gonna tell you something, sir. I'd be driving me a fucking badass like a Mustang GT, like take it to Jack Roush company and have them fucking Roush it out and turbocharged and dual turbos and man, that's one of my dream things, man, is to have. There's
Jack,
a guy on YouTube called Ken Block,
yeah,
and he's got Grammatica or something like that. I don't know how to say the word. I may be saying it completely wrong, but he's got this 65 fastback or the 65 Mustang, and he turned it into an all-wheel drive, and it's got, you know, this fucking motor sticking way out of the hood. And dude, you ought to look that up on YouTube, man. It's Ken Block, the Grammatica. It's the Mustang, and that is one of the baddest ass videos, man. I'd love to have a car like that, just something I could just go out and he's running like, you know, 7,000, 8,000 RPMs, just rah, 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 just spinning the tires off of it and shit.
yeah.
Pretty,
You know, I used to be all into cars. My old lady's all into cars. She had a SRT8 Challenger, plum crazy purple,
392, 6.4.
slammed, you know, 500 horsepower car, this, that, and the other. But see, me, if I moved to the beach, I just want a cool golf cart, one with a radio in it and some big tires on it. You know, because if I live at the beach, I'm not planning on going anywhere that my golf cart can't take me.
I was gonna twin turbo my Ford 392 SRT8.
well, I had a 78 model Smoking the Bandit Trans Am that I took and put a 425 Oldsmobile motor in it. So a 425 Oldsmobile motor basically is a D-stroked 455. It
Right.
yeah. So yeah, it was a little shorter stroke. You know, had the a little quicker RPM, but it still had the horsepower and torque of a big block because it was kind of considered a mid-sized block. And let me tell you something, man. I put that in my Trans Am. It had some racing pistons and cam and, you know, intake and the big 4 barrel and the headers. You know what I'm saying? And I had a buddy that he worked for a performance transmission shop, and they took my transmission and worked it and put the, you know, shift kits and you know what I'm saying.
Oh, well, I just never was into fast cars. I done the whole Jeeps, you know, the CJ Jeep and everything.
I learned how to drive a straight drive on the Stage 3 racing course.
Well, don't get me wrong. I had the Trans Am that it had the big flex span on it, and it sounded like a rocket ship when you took off, and had the shift kits, and when you shifted from first to second to drive, you know, it would bark, bark, you know, and and run like a scalded ass ape. But I had a 75 model Chevrolet pickup that had 44s on it and had the big, the big lift. I had both of them at the same time, man. And we went down to the old power line back in the swamp areas and, full wheel drive. There'd be a bunch of us out there. And yeah, I did both, man. I'm telling you, when I was younger, dude, I mean, all bullshit aside, I had it going on that end, man. I could cruise the town with the T-tops out and fucking fast car, and then when we wanted to, we'd pick up a few girls and we'd be like, hey, let's go mud. They'd be like, all right. And we'd go get the big trucks and we'd all go mudding and get stuck and pull each other out. And
Oh yeah.
you know what? Oh man.
Hey, funniest thing I ever done. I got a hold of like a '74 CJ5 that was like a barn find. Like, I give the guy like $500 for it. And we took it over to my buddy's shop and we, started yanking frame off of it and this, that, and the other. Found out the motor's blown, this, that, and the other. Well, I had an extra T176 transmission transfer case sitting there, but I didn't have that would bolt up to it to get it running.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy, his uncle run a junkyard in town, so he run over there. And I'll be darned if he didn't show up with his Ford Ranger, the whole ass end of it squatting. It had a 401 out of a Plymouth in it. And hey, listen, no, this will bolt up to this. No, there ain't no way this is gonna work. No, it will. So we put it on stands and put it all together. Dude, I could put that thing in second gear and drop the clutch, and it'd ride a wheelie all the way across the Walmart parking lot. That's what happens when you put something got 350 horsepower in a vehicle that don't weigh 1,500 pounds.
Right.
Like, I mean, it was the funnest thing we ever. I mean, like, I had to drop down hitch in the receiver hitch. That way I could use it as a wheelie bar, But that was the funnest Jeep I ever owned, Didn't last too long, but it was.
Got out of wood and I need mine.
I'm fucking with Bullfrog now.
What was he saying?
He texting Bullfrog and
Oh,
talking to him, whatever.
So I said something about the Chevrolet truck I had, and Bullfrog said Backwoods and Prepping loves Chevys, and I said I will. I said I love you, Bullfrog Homestead, and put one of them kissy faces. And then I said I will call you Chevy if that's what you like. Bullfrog Homestead's new nickname is Chevy.
yep.
Come here, Chevy.
Slow marrow.
I don't know. I've been driving a Ford for the last 16, 15, 16 years. I don't know how. Stop asking me about how long I've been driving one. I've been driving a Ford for a long damn time, and it's still on the road, and it still runs and drives and gets me where I need to go. And I have replaced the brake rotors. I did have to replace the transmission shift cable connector to the transmission. It broke, and two of my window roll up and down the electric windows. Something broke in them, and I had to replace them. That's all I've done in like the 16, 7, I don't know how long, like 16 years. That's it. And other than, just well, no, I take that back. My alternator went out last year. The alternator went out, and I had to replace the alternator belt and the battery. But that's it. That's after 16 years.
All them stimulus monies was for the Chevrolet owners.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I have my fast car and everything, and now I've got the mom car, which is a Ford Explorer, and it's the XLT, the big one.
Mhm.
I absolutely love it. Like the room,
Them things are sweet.
yeah. I mean, I can fit both my 90-pound dogs in the back. both my kids, my 6'5" husband,
Six,
me.
7 people.
Minute. Hold on. Prep and plumber.
Hmm.
All bullshit aside, are you really 6'5", dude?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, okay, he
I'm
might.
6'5" with shoes on. I'm 6'4" barefooted and naked, standing in front of a doctor.
I don't want to see you barefoot and naked, so we'll go with the 6'5" thing
Yeah,
with the shoes, clothes,
Here you
and shit on.
yeah, he really is.
So,
I'm,
so
I'm,
what you're telling me is because I'm like 5'8.5" or some shit or 5'9". So what you're telling me is when I meet you, I'm gonna have to climb you like a ladder just to kiss and hug you.
yeah.
Yeah, do
God
like
dang.
climb me like
Gee,
yeah, I'll be all right.
I mean,
'Cause
can you not at least bend over a little bit? Because I mean, I'm getting old, man, and you know, climbing folks like a ladder is getting tiresome. You know what I'm saying?
Why don't we just sit down so that way we all eye level?
Okay. He said,
I'm about 5'9". I come to what, your shoulder?
Like under my chin.
I come under his chin. I'm about 5'9".
yeah.
So,
I
but
don't
my,
know, man.
I grew up on cornbread and sweet milk. Come on
well,
now.
see, I mean, my daddy,
I growed up on that shit too, and beans and taters and everything else, man. But god dang, I mean, my all my family is short like that, man. It's really funny, but like I had an uncle, he passed, but I had an uncle that was like 6'4", and then I had a great uncle that was like 6'4.5". You know, but I got the short end of the deal, man, on a couple of things, but not everything. No, anyway, I didn't say that out loud.
I got
Just
stuck in the middle. My mama's only 5'2". My daddy's about 6'4", 6'5".
right.
So I got stuck in the middle at 5'9" ish.
Me and her dad swapped clothes, like literally.
Literally.
Like I wear the same size pants, he wears the same size shirts. If I buy a belt and don't like the way it fits, I give it to him. We wear the same size boot. We big old people, but
Yeah, he wears about a 12 and a half, 13 shoes. Michael does.
yeah. And like but my all my family's big. Like my grandpa, he was 6'2". His brother, his brother was like 6'4", but he was like 350 pounds.
Damn.
Like my whole family's big. Like the two
I'm,
smallest people I know in my family is my dad, who's 5'11", and my brother, who's 5'10".
Buy
I'm gonna
milk.
be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, Mr. Plummer. Like seriously, with looking at the like your videos and stuff, you're god dang, it's sit down and eat supper and you know, um, like to watch one of your videos because they're like 2.5 hours long. And but I watched I listened to you though. I listened to you. I listened to the whole damn video, the 3.5 hour long videos you do. And so I never, if somebody would have said how big do you think Prep and Plumber is, I would have probably guessed about a 5'11", maybe 6 foot at best.
That's because he's always sitting down.
I was 6 foot in sixth grade.
God
Was
dang, dude.
5 pounds and wore size 13 shoe in sixth grade.
Damn.
Like I don't even try to find like a bed I can fit in or nothing. Like you know, I know my feet's gonna hang off the end of it.
Or
It
pull
just
the
is what it is.
you could pull the ottoman out of the living room, and pull it in there, and
Yeah,
so
we could
so you
put
can at least
like
have
them
the rest.
padded beds at the bottom of the bed,
And Bullfrog is I don't even want to hear how tall you are either. I know how tall you are, Bullfrog, you bastard.
Said, being tall ain't all it's cracked up to be. We hit our heads on everything. Our backs are screwed up, and I always have to get stuff off the top shelf at stores for people.
You don't?
Right.
I feel you, Bullfrog. Because I'm a woman and I'm taller, and I went through the grocery store, and these little women that are like, fun size or whatever. I'm having to reach up. Hey, you
Did you say fun size?
fun size.
Yeah.
Have to
Fun
reach up.
size women. Hold on.
I don't go back.
Y'all,
Got the
I'm
giggles.
gonna tell you this is one of the best live streams I've been on in a long time, man. I'm having a great time. This is awesome.
That's
This
all.
is so awesome.
I done
Y'all are awesome.
the
Y'all are awesome. Go ahead. Sorry.
third most painful thing I ever done in my life was because I was taught. So used to go in this gas station every morning to get my coffee. One day they decided to put up a new coffee bar sign. They hung it off the ceiling with 3/4 inch threaded galvanized pipe, and it was a wooden sign 2 inches thick. They hung
Right.
it at like 6'3". So I go in there in a hurry in the morning, in a rush, go to make my coffee. I hit my head on this sign, and it lays me out on the floor cold as a damn rock.
Oh no.
Wake up, my head's busted open, there's blood everywhere, this, that, and the other, and everything else. Being tall is not that great of a thing. I promise you.
Well, I mean, yeah, I gotta say, the thing Miss Plummer was talking about, sometimes if stuff's not too high, some of them little fun sized women will will look at me and like look back up at the item and shit, and I go over there and help them out. But some of them, man, they look up and they look at me and they look up and I'm like, well, hell, lady, I'm not much taller than you. I can't reach that shit. You want me to climb the shelf? You know?
Do like every other reasonable man would do. Walk over to the home cleaning aisle, grab a broom, walk over and knock it off the top shelf for them. Say, there you go.
Right,
Sometimes it's got to be smarter than what you're working with.
right. Well, I don't like to be bothered. I'm like we was talking about earlier, man. I'm kind of personable at times. I don't want to talk to these idiots out there, man. I mean, I'm sorry, dude. I've got the Southern gentleman ways, and if I know you, I will treat you like a pot of gold. I swear, man. When you're around me, I will. I mean, we talk shit on YouTube, man. This is a whole different um script, than our real lives. I
Yeah.
meet y'all in person, man. I'm gonna treat y'all with the utmost respect. I mean, we're gonna have a good time. I'll help you out any way I can, kind of shit. But normal people out there, man, people are just fucking stupid, man. And I see it all the time, and I'm like, man, I don't even want to deal with these folks, man. I don't, it's like when I'm out in the public for people I don't know, I'll say hi, I'll be friendly, I'll step to the side, let you by on the aisle, all that good shit. But it's like, I don't really want to talk to you, motherfucker. Just get your shit like I'm doing and let's get the fuck out of here.
I agree. Well, I hate to cut it short, and I got to get him to wrap up my ankle, and he's asking me, "Well, are you coming to the building?" So
It's that
Well,
time.
it's,
sounds like,
it's
sound
that time
like,
to go to bed.
I got
you better get
to
going.
morning and let chickens out and dogs and this and that and the other.
He
Well,
said,
hey, thank y'all immensely for allowing me up on your panel and hanging out with y'all, man, at y'all's campfire. That shit, this has been so fucking relaxing and entertaining and enjoying. Man, I thank y'all so much.
"Oh, of course, Backwood. You know you're welcome up here anytime. We
I
love you,
appreciate
and
it.
we'll have another one some other time. I just figured, this is something everybody needed was to just chill."
Yes, ma'am. I agree 100%.
But all right, y'all have a good night. And Backwoods, like I said, anytime you're welcome up.
Thank y'all so much, everybody. Peace out.
Bye.
Keep your head on swivel.